Hello, 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 folks. We're going to get it started here in about 1 minute. So I will see you all in about 1 minute.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool? You think that you think that you think that what
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hey there, Never Legend. Hey, Kid Solo. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. Hey, Never Legend. They say, are there videos of the past streams showing Python? Yes, there are. You'll be able to see, you can see, let's see. I think you should still be able to see all of them right here on Twitch, on my channel, where you are right now. If you go to the videos tab, you'll see the recordings of all the past parts. Kid Solo says, wait, this is part 7? Darn. Oh, no. Hey, there's no problem. You can join us at any point, despite the fact that this is part 7, you can still hop right in today and join us if you would like. Or, like I mentioned, you can go back and watch the recordings of the previous parts and get caught up to where we are. Right now, the recordings of all the past parts are, like I say, should be available on the videos channel of my channel. But I will be moving them all to YouTube, or at least everything so far will be moving to my YouTube channel next weekend. So since I won't be streaming next weekend, it's American Thanksgiving. I will be taking a break next weekend, but I'll be moving everything over to YouTube next weekend. So you'll have ad-free access to all the past recordings. If you hate Twitch ads as much as I do, you'll be able to watch them ad-free on YouTube. Hey, them, welcome. Hey, Subtleties, good to see ya. Never says, do we have access to that website you're on? Yep. Do !project in chat right now. That will give you a link. !project. That will give you a link to the website we're on right now, and I would highly recommend that if you want to follow along with us, that you log in to the website. That will automatically track your progress if you're doing the quizzes and the exercises and everything, which I hope you are. That will automatically track your progress and check things off. There's a grade book, so you can see here it keeps track as you go along and it checks everything off for you. So it's a really nice indicator of how far you've come and what you've learned so far. Okay. Subtleties says, hey KP, good to see you. Subtleties says, I hope you will look into Django after this. I might. The things I tend to explore really depend on if I have a practical use case for it, right? So if I see a need, something I can apply it to, that's usually my impetus to learn something new. I don't do well just sort of exploring things just to explore them, but if there's a use case that I'm like, oh wow, Django would be perfect for this, then absolutely I'll pick it up. Definitely. Alrighty, folks. As we've been discussing so far, we're going to continue with our Python series. This is learning Python from the ground up using the wonderful website Python for Everybody. Python for Everybody is a completely free course. I highly recommend it. It's been fantastic so far, really well structured. The pedagogy, the lessons, the reminders are excellent. And it's just been really, really intuitive and easy to follow so far, and it's completely free. It was created by Dr. Chuck, who is a professor at the University of Michigan here in the United States, and he put all this stuff together just for students to learn stuff for free. And if you're not interested in learning Python, he has several other courses just like this. So he has courses on Postgres, he has courses on C, He has courses on PHP. So, if you want to learn another similar language, kind of a C, any kind of a C syntax type language, check out and see if he has a similar course on it. We always like to say that, learn it for free if you can. There's so many wonderful resources out there online where you can just learn stuff for free. You don't have to pay $10,000 for a boot camp. Nobody should have to pay $10,000 for a boot camp. If you're spending your time learning something, that's, payment enough, right? Your time is worth something. Your time is worth it. And so you shouldn't have to pay money in addition to the time you're putting into learning something. That's my philosophy. It's the general philosophy of 100 devs. The fact that learning, if you want to devote your time to learning, it should be free. Kid Solo says mobile apps, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I haven't really had the desire to pursue mobile app building in the past, but maybe if I come up with a good idea, then maybe we could explore something like that. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Django's ORM is goated. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll look into it a little bit and see what it can do. And maybe if there's reason to do that, then we might. But we've still got a lot more Python to learn, friends. Today we're going to be looking at dictionaries and maybe tuples if there's time. I don't know. But at the very minimum, we're going to get through dictionaries. And we are over halfway through the course, folks. So good job, everybody. We're on lesson 10 out of 17. And I'm getting excited because we're getting into the real juicy stuff here. So we're getting into the reason why I wanted to learn Python in the first place, which is using it with web services, using it with databases, using it with data visualization. So in my line of work, I'm a back-end engineer. I'm a data engineer, working with really big data, right? Huge tables, huge databases, huge data warehouses, and moving data from start to finish, A to B, and transforming it. And Python is so good at that. I really, really want to get better at using Python with databases and using Python to create visualizations. I think this is a really sort of underutilized niche at my job currently, where we could be doing better visualizations. We could be creating visualizations for our customers, to illustrate to them what their data really looks like. It's a struggle oftentimes for customers to really be able to get a big picture view of their data and how it looks and, where the gaps might be. And so I feel like this part could be really helpful as well. Kid says, I was thinking about it recently, just deciding between Swift, React Native, and Flutter. Yeah, React Native is one thing I've always thought about maybe getting into a little bit is, that mobile arm of React. I don't know. There's all sorts of, there's always infinite possibilities to what you could learn next, right? And sometimes that's the challenge, is being like not letting yourself get too scattered and, bouncing between too many things at once, right? So I always tell folks, try to stick with one thing and see it through. And that's what we're doing with this, right? And that's what we did with React. When we learned React.js, we started at the beginning of the docs and we didn't stop until we got to the end. And then after we finished the docs, we immediately turned around and we applied it to a real project. And so that's what I'm hoping to do here as well. I actually have a project in mind that should be pretty fun, that we can do once we are done, with this, assuming that it pans out. But I think I have a project in mind that I want to apply this to when we're done. And so, yeah, the important thing is that when you learn something new, you actually apply what you've learned and you rehearse what you learned, and you do that spaced repetition, that active recall. So don't just learn something once and say that you're done. What you should be doing is, after you take in a new concept, and not even going to say learn, right? And because just reading something doesn't mean you've learned it. So after you take in a new concept, then you should try to apply that concept to see if you've understood what you just read. And then the cincher for this is that you need to come back later and review that material, test yourself, and see whether or not you're truly retaining that information. So yeah, you were able to apply it once, but did you retain it? Is it still in your brain? Are you going to be able to pull it back out again when you need it? So that's what we're actually going to start doing today. We are going to start out with a quiz. Yay! Everybody loves that, right? You go sit down in class and you have a pop quiz. But the big difference here is that this isn't meant to be it's not meant to be like a punishment, right? A lot of the time school treats quizzes and tests almost as, thresholds, right? If you cross that threshold, if you pass the quiz or the test, then you did well, and if you didn't, then you're a failure, right? And you should feel bad. You failed and you should feel bad. And that's really the wrong way to go about learning. Quizzes should not be, tests of your character or tests of your, how good of a student you are. They should be tests of, am I still retaining this information? And if not, let's fix that and then take the quiz again until we pass it. So quizzes should be basically, hey, what parts of this information do I need to keep brushing up on until I can do the quiz and get every single question right? So you can take it over and over and over again until we get every question right. And so are we retaining the information? What gaps do we have in our knowledge? And so it's going to be an open book quiz. So if you haven't, done one of these before with me, you might be like, oh no, what if I don't know the answers? That's fine. You're allowed to guess. You're allowed to, talk through your answers. You're allowed to say, I don't know. That's perfectly fine. And also, if you're new to my streams, welcome, by the way. These are very educational streams. We're learning together. So questions are allowed. And there's no such thing as a silly question, as long as it's a question that's asked in good faith, right? So as long as you're asking a question in good faith, there's no such thing as a silly question or a stupid question. If you have that question, it's likely that others do as well. You were just the one who was brave enough to ask it. And sometimes I won't know the answer. And so then we can either ask chat, does anybody else in chat know the answer? Or we can look it up together. So, or sometimes we just, type out some code and see what happens, right? We go through the experience together, we run a little experiment and we see what happens. And also too, if you would like closed captioning, I have live auto-generated captions on my channel. So if you move your mouse over to the right side of the screen, oh my goodness, I'll thank you in just a second, AJ. Thank you so much. If you move your mouse over to the right side of the screen, you should see a little closed caption button appear. You can click that and you'll have closed captioning. And thank you so much. AJ wants your pizza. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Great to have you here. Thanks for using your Prime sub. That means it didn't cost you anything. So it's always wonderful when, the best things in life are free, right? So thank you so much, AJ. It's great to have you here. And Hoshi, good to have you here as well. Welcome. They say, which editor is good for all, for JavaScript, C# and Python, and more development? Hey, you really can't beat VS Code. That's the editor we use. I use it for JavaScript. I use it for Python. It just works. It's free. It's super customizable. You can run it like on a potato, any device. You can there's even a browser-based version. So, even if your device can't download VS Code, you can run it in your browser. And you can install a bunch of extensions, configure it however you want. There's a million ways to configure it. So, even if it doesn't natively support a language you're trying to work in, there's probably an extension that you can download within VS Code to make it work, or do more, or do something different, right? So you really can't beat VS Code. If you're doing something like building desktop applications like C#.net, then you might want to use Visual Studio, which also has a free version. But for most programming tasks, VS Code is going to be your friend. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid, folks. Hello, wow. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Marco, thank you so much. Of course, yeah, go do what you gotta do, Marco. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. Cave Dweller, thank you so much for the follow. Marco, thank you for the follow. Ernest Dev, thank you for the follow. Fat Fairy, thank you. Thank you all for being here, folks. For those of you who just stepped in, my name is Mayan Wolf. I'm a software developer. My day job is I'm a back-end developer, so I work with SQL primarily for my day job. But here on the weekends, to blow off steam, I generally teach web development with the nonprofit free coding course 100 Devs. However, right now we're actually learning Python. So this is part of a series. You're just joining us now. That's perfectly okay. You can jump right in with us. We are learning Python with the wonderful site Python for Everybody. It's a free course, so you can go there right now. You can do !project in chat if you would like a link to where we are right now. It's a wonderful free course created by a professor at the University of Michigan. Anybody can take it, and he also has some other free courses in other languages as well. So whatever you would like to learn, see if Dr. Chuck has a course for you. Don't have to pay anything, completely free. Wonderful stuff. Of course, Marco. Yeah, they're welcome to join us. Raiders, if English is not your first language, I tend to speak quickly sometimes. So if you would like closed captioning, if you would like subtitles, you can hover your mouse over the right side of the screen and you should see a closed caption icon. Click that and you will get subtitles. You will get closed captions on the screen. So if that's helpful for you, you can turn those on. Hey, DJ. Hey, Chaotic. Good to see you. Python for Everyone. I didn't make this site, DJ, but the professor from the University of Michigan did, and it's a really wonderful site. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and get started. As I mentioned earlier, oh, thank you so much, Marco. I appreciate that. Yes, very much appreciated, Marco. And yeah, feel free if you need to leave, Marco, that's perfectly fine. Go get some food. That's what I usually do at the end of my streams as well. I go get something to eat. So, bye-bye. Good to see you. Thank you. All right, folks. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to start with a quiz reviewing what we did last week. If you weren't here last week, that's perfectly fine. You can stick around with me, and we'll go through the questions together. Alrighty, so we're going to do the quiz, and it's going to, we're going to do our best to answer, and then if we get anything wrong, we'll figure out what we did wrong, and then we'll come back and we'll correct our answers. Okay, so first question. How are collection variables different from normal variables? So even if you weren't here last week, might be able to tell the answer from this one based on the context clues. All right, A, collection variables merge streams of output into a single stream. B, collection variables pull multiple network documents together. C, collection variables can store multiple values in a single variable. Or D, collection variables can only store a single value. What do we think, chat? A, B, C, or D? What do we think? Udkar says C. Null says C. Hoshi says A. Any other guesses from folks? What do we think? All right, let's talk through, and feel free to make guesses as you think about it. It's okay to guess too. You don't have to know the answer in order to say. Whatever options people say, we'll go through each one. And we'll talk about why we think it might be a good choice or maybe why another choice might be better. All right, so, oh, Hoshi, did you change your answer to C? Okay. So looks like the consensus is C. Collection variables can store multiple values in a single variable. Yes, I think I would agree with this. Just given that what we talked about last time was lists, right? Which are essentially arrays. Hey, JV. It's all good. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. I hope the meetup went well. But yeah, C, I would agree with that just because we were talking about lists, right? And lists are essentially arrays. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, you're familiar with arrays. Lists are what Python calls arrays. So you'll sometimes hear me use the wrong word. I apologize for that. I do my best, but it's a little bit hard. So I would say C is probably the best answer here. A list essentially stores multiple values in a single variable. Oh, good. I'm glad it went well, Matthias. Awesome. DJ says, Maya, do you have any backend course? I would love you to walk us through a backend course with a project. I do have a crash course in SQL, and many of the full stack projects that we've done here on stream have a backend component. So where we, build a database, or we build tables, or we build documents, or, depending on if we're using MongoDB or a relational database or whatever. So yeah, I have multiple courses on that on my YouTube channel, definitely. So you can go to my YouTube channel and search for SQL if you want a crash course on using SQL. All right, question 2. What are the Python keywords used to construct a loop to iterate through a list? A, for/in, B, def/return, C, for each/in, D, try/except in Python. What do we think? Hey, Ashley Web Dev, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. So they say A, Utkar says A, for in. Hey, Jojo Forest, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Hoshi says A, Dogwish, welcome to the stream. They say A. Yeah, I'm seeing a bit of a consensus here, right? I'm seeing A's. And yeah, I think I would agree with that. Yep, DJ says A, perfect. Null Recall says A. Yeah, I think that's exactly the right answer. For in, yeah. Yas, welcome to the stream as well. Good to have you here. Welcome all the folks coming in from the Social Anxiety Meetup. Great to have you all here. I hope you all had a nice time. For in, exactly right. Yes. So as Utkar says, the syntax for that is for I in list, right? So for our iterator, whatever that is, in, and then the list we're iterating through is the syntax for looping through a list. All right, question 3. For the following list, how would you print out Sally? So we have a list here called friends, and it's got 3 values, Joseph, Glenn, and Sally. So would we say print friends bracket 2:1, or print friends value bracket 3, print friends bracket 2, or print friends bracket Sally? What do we think? Yeah, I got a lot of quick answers here. Welcome to the stream, Valish. Hello. Good to have you here. Yeah, so I'm seeing folks are saying C, print friends bracket 2. Yeah, and I think I would agree with that. Let's talk about why that is. Because lists, just like arrays in JavaScript, have an index value that starts at 0, right? So if I want to print Sally, I need to find the value that's at index 0, 1, 2. So print friends 2 should do the trick. Yeah. Now, what do we call this? So I'm not saying this is the right answer, but what do we call this notation here? What do we call this, where it has 2 values and a colon? Now, we're still sticking with C. I'm just asking chat, do you remember what do we call this syntax here when we have 2 values with a colon between them? Hey, Leet Linux, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Leet Linux Haxer, I like that. Leet Code, or Leet Speak, yeah. Yeah, we call it a slice, right? This is called a slice. So we could potentially return more than one value here, right? And I think we might see that a little bit later, is asking us about slicing. How can we return more than one value from a list? So that's what that is. But in this particular case, this is the right answer. Yeah. Yas says key value. Not quite in this case. In this case, this syntax is specifically a slice. It's saying start at one index and go to an ending index. Right, start, stop, yeah. So where do we start, where do we stop, and then return everything that is in that index range. But we are going to learn about key value pairs today when we talk about dictionaries. Yeah. Okay, what would the following Python code print out? We set fruit equal to the string value of banana, and then we set fruit index 0 equal to a lowercase b, and then we print the value of fruit. So what will it print? Will it print banana with a lowercase b? Print the value of b? C, nothing would print. The program fails. Would it print in uppercase b, the word banana with uppercase, or just a 0? What do we think? We got a little bit of variety here. I like this one. That shows that it's a challenging question. What do we think? We got some folks saying C. We got some folks saying A. Some folks saying B. What do we think? Let some other folks get their guesses in here. And then we are going to do a test. We're going to do a test. We've got somebody saying D. Yeah, I think we've almost got pretty much all the, so we've got people saying A, B, C, and A, B, C, D. Let's see, what is this? I guess this is E. It's hard to tell, but yeah, of course. No, it's all good. I got what you meant. Yeah, it's hard when they don't letter the choices. All right, so let's do a little test here. Whenever we have a, kind of a variety in opinions, the best thing we can do is actually see what happens if we try to run this. So I'm going to open the interpreter here, and we're going to set fruit. So first we're going to test and see what happens, and then we're going to talk about why it happens. So we're not just going to get the right answer and move on. We're going to stop and we're going to talk about why. So I have a guess in my head of what's going to happen, but we'll see if I'm right. All right. So banana. So it has an uppercase B, and then we're going to see if we can set the value at the first index, so the first letter, right? Because we can do that with strings. We can access their index values as letters in a word. But does that mean that we can change them? That's the question. All right, because strings have some interesting properties. So yeah, so check that out. I tried to set the value of fruit at index 0 to a lowercase b, and I get an error. So why does that happen? Why does that happen? Udkar says it's an error. They are immutable. Now, chat, what does immutable mean? What does immutable mean, chat? We talked about those two words a lot last week, where we talked about immutable and mutable things. Yeah, so immutable means unchangeable, cannot be changed. So just the word itself means, the word immutable means cannot be changed. Exactly. So when we try to take something that cannot be changed, such as a string, and we try to change it, like so, it doesn't work, right? Because strings are immutable. Now, what about lists? What about lists? What are they? Could we do this to a list? Like if we had a list of the letters B, A, N, A, N, A, could we do that? Could we change the first value of a list? No worries, Orzo. I'm going to take a quick hydrate here real quick. Yes, we could change the first value of a list, right? Because lists are mutable. So that's a major difference. We can treat, in most cases, we can treat strings in a similar manner to lists. We can, access their values by index. We can do, some similar methods, right? We can call some similar methods on both strings and lists. But the thing we can't do is take a string and manipulate it in place. Now, what would I do if I wanted to change a string, right? Because that's something we do all the time. We need to change strings all the time. A lot of the times in practice, if you're actually working with real data, one of the things you'll do is you'll need to strip like uppercase characters, right? You'll just take everything and you'll convert it to a single case. You might convert everything to all lowercase. You might convert everything to all uppercase. That's a very common thing to do when you are working with string data, is just get rid of any special cases or force them to a specific case. So what would you need to do to manipulate a string? Madeline, my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Yes, the critical thing we need to do is we need to copy it to a new string. Yes, exactly. So we can still manipulate strings. We just need to create a new string and do the manipulation there. Yes, the original string will always remain the same. We cannot change it, but we can create a new string which uses the original as a reference. Hello, Madeline. Good to see you. Hello, folks. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, folks. Halo, hello. I hope y'all had a good stream. What were y'all working? I think I saw, Madeline, that you were going to be doing some React. Is that right? Some React, some working on your Consider It Cat Tarot site. Are you going to be switching that over to React, or are you just learning React for fun? Is it when you type my username into Google or your username? Recipe for crispy waffles with butternut scotch as the first result. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Hey, Leah, hello. Stream team is here. Shout out to Leah T Codes and Madeline Patience. If you don't follow them, please go do it. If you like my vibes, they have a similar vibe. They're also on the 100 Dev stream team. I'm giving you shout outs here. Madeline Patience. See if that works. Yeah, okay, good. I spelled it right for once. Leah T Codes. There you go. Follow both of those folks if you don't already. If you like my vibes, they've got the same vibes. Yeah. You put Mayan waffles instead? Oh my gosh. That sounds very, you know, 2005, like RAR XD. I don't know if you're, you know, in the scene, sort of scene, but I was scene adjacent in 2005, so that sounds like something I would have done. Definitely. Oh yeah, sadly. Yeah, my friends and I in science class used to pass notes like written in like scene speak, you know. It was all RAR and glomp and all that stuff. I'm glad all that was done on paper, so there's no record of it on social media anywhere. Oh boy. Hey Tycho, welcome. I'm scrolling back through to make sure I say hi to everybody. Udkar says, I'm working Python, but I'm learning Angular as I like structure and coding. In React, I need to think about architecture from scratch. That's awesome. You're branching out. That's great. Would we use special characters to spell everything? Oh, yeah. Yeah, when everybody's username had like 6 X's and tildes around it, it was great. Nobody makes username art like that anymore. You had a RAR photo edit made on Picnic, Leah. That's funny. That was my old Facebook profile pic. Yeah, I didn't, when I was growing up, when I was that age, I guess, I didn't have fast enough internet to use Facebook or anything that involved pictures or video, fortunately. So there is no social media record of that time in my life, and I'm kind of glad about it. MySpace imploding itself is proof that there's good in the world. Yeah, you know, hey, everybody went through that phase when they were 13. That's absolutely cringeworthy, and it's a rite of passage, right? Somewhere, I actually have a printed photo somewhere of like me with really obnoxious braces, like doing a Star Trek pose and wearing a Superman shirt, and like it's pretty bad. Oh, Rufio's on Blue Sky. Dang, I gotta get with them. I gotta give them a follow. I miss Rufio. Haven't seen them in a while. To be cringe is to be free. Thanks for the heads up, though, Matthias. I will find Rufio on Blue Sky and give them a follow. I know. I hope so. I did speak to Rufio a while back. They were in a sort of a transitory situation, and they weren't able to really get on and stream where they were at. But I hope they're in a place where they can do that now. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's totally normal for kids to act funny. Absolutely. Okay, folks. So I think we just before the raid, thank you again for the raid, folks. We were doing a Python quiz, and so don't despair. Even if you have not looked at Python before, you might find that there are some familiarity and some similarities with some languages that you already know, right? That's the nice thing, is that once you've learned one language, you can easily pick up another. Although there might be some little pitfalls here and there, which is why we do quizzes and why we test our knowledge. So feel free to stick around if you want to get a little taste of Python. We're doing a quiz on Python lists. Yeah, Utcar, exactly. There's always going to be things that people are doing now that are going to be cringe in the future. Yeah, Madeline, exactly. I miss Rufio too. They came into my stream when Leon raided me after Huntobert, and it was wonderful to see her name pop up. Absolutely, yeah. Rufio is wonderful, and I really hope she's able to come back. Hey, Esterno, welcome. Good to see you again. Tycho, thank you for the follow, by the way. Halo says, I've heard it has an easy syntax to learn. Yes, it absolutely does. And real quick, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Rufio. They aren't streaming at the moment, but you can always give them a follow so that you do get a notification when they start up again. Hello, it's Rufio. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So give them a follow as well. They're also a 100 Dev Stream Team member. They haven't been active in a while, but hopefully they'll be making their triumphant return at some point. Oh my goodness, it's Rufio! Hello! Yay! It's so good to see you again. we were just saying, oh my gosh, we miss Rufio. So it's great to see you again, Rufio. We summoned Rufio. Yes, we did. The spell works. Yeah. It's magic. Yeah. Utkar, thank you for the follow. Bad Nintendo. I love your username. Thank you for the follow as well. Inner Planet, hello. Yes, we absolutely do miss you, Rufio. Hope to see you back on stream again soon. Definitely. They have wonderful vibes on their stream, so it's a really fantastic fit for the stream team. If you like my vibes, you'll like Rufio's vibes. You'll like Madeline's and Leah's vibes too. You were lurking. Well, thanks for popping in. No one was supposed to know. Oh my goodness, bad Nintendo. They say, I'm a snake catcher here for the Python. Well, it's great to have you here. Also, yeah, fantastic username. All right, let's keep going with quiz. I feel so warm and fuzzy now. Thanks, folks. All my friends are here. It's great. All right, so we would determine that this Python code would print out nothing because the program will fail with a traceback error. And that is correct. We just tested that before the raid. The reason is because strings are immutable, meaning that they cannot be changed. And so the minute we try to do something that attempts to manipulate the original string, then we get an error. So we never get to the print statement. Now, we could print, so down here, we could print fruit like by itself, right? Like that. And we can confirm that the original string has not been changed. But if we try to run these statements together, we are going to get a traceback error. Yeah. But if we ran the print statement alone, we'll see that it's going to print out the original string. Yeah. And I'm assuming that's what they're asking for. I mean, yeah, I can understand how if you were, doing each of those individually, you could go either way, but I think this is probably what it's asking for. Yeah. All right, here's a little bit of a tricky one, especially if you're familiar with multiple languages, because every single language seems to have a different interpretation of how they print length. So, which of the following Python statements would print out the length of a list stored in the variable data? So, is it length with parentheses, data.len, length or len or len and then data.length, length parentheses data, or strlen parentheses data? What do we think? Things can get a little funky if you know multiple languages. You might be like, I'm not sure. Yeah. But as you all have caught on very quickly, Yes, the answer is C. In the case of Python specifically, len. Yeah, exactly. JB says my JavaScript brain says D. Hey, welcome Bitstone. Good to have you here. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, things get weird sometimes with syntax between multiple languages. And even like things between like different flavors of SQL, there's syntax differences. I believe in SQL Server, you spell out the word length, where in PL SQL it's len. So I never remember the first time, and I have to Google it every time. You mastered every language except the human tongue. Yeah, and Utkar says Rust has array.length notation. Exactly. Things get weird. All right. Question 6. What data is produced what type of data is produced when you call the range function? So if we have a list and we build that list out of range 5, what gets returned? Is it a string? Is it a Boolean? A list of integers? A list of characters? Or a list of words? So if we call the list function on range 5, what do we think we're going to get? And to be honest, I don't remember this one off the top of my head. So we are going to test it, but I want to see what y'all think. Because we're gonna run this one because I honestly don't remember, so this is worth running. So list, I know this should create an array, right? Or it should create a list, sorry. It should create a list, and I just couldn't remember what range actually does. And it would make sense that it would produce a list of integers, but we're gonna confirm that. Yeah, let's run it. So x, and then we're gonna print x. Yep, and that makes a lot of sense. But in this case, I wanted to double check because don't remember for sure. So, yep. So it's going to return a list of integers, and that makes sense with the word range. So indicating a range of values, and it's going to generate a list from that range of values. Yep. Yeah, and that's a good point, Griffway, to bring up, that what it generates is exclusive. So it's going from 0 to 4, but not including 5. So we need to be very careful when we're doing things like slices or ranges. We need to pay attention to whether it is inclusive or exclusive of this value. And it's kind of the same behavior as slice, right? In this case, range is ignoring the stop value. As Utkar mentioned, the stop index is ignored in Python. So in this case, this is our stop value, and it's going to stop at the value prior to that one. And it's the same for slice. Hey, Chase, welcome. They say you can give several parameters to the range function. Yes, and that's a good point as well. We kind of talked about that a little bit last week, in that in many of these built-in functions, there are actually many more parameters that you could include. You could pass many more arguments into these functions because they have multiple parameters that you could fill in. But the thing is, many of those are optional, so you probably wouldn't use those often or less often. So there's certain required and then optional parameters. And so if you're wondering if a particular function can do something, you might want to check the Python documentation to see if there's additional sort of configuration you can do by passing in additional arguments. All right, what does the following Python code print out? We have a list called A set to 1, 2, 3. We have a list called B set to 4, 5, and 6. And in C, we are concatenating A and B using the plus symbol. And then finally, we print the length of C. So concatenating list 1, 2, 3 with list 4, 5, 6. And then we print the length of that concatenation. So what is it going to be? I think since we're printing length here, it's probably either going to be 6, 15, or 21. All right, we got folks saying B, it's going to be 6. Yeah. Yeah, we got folks saying it's going to be 6, and I think I would agree with that. because with concatenating two lists together, essentially what you're doing is you're kind of stacking them, right? You're saying the contents of C are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 when we concatenate A and B together. And so the length of that is going to be literally 6. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow, Chase. Good to have you here. So yeah, we're going to go with 6 on that one. I agree with that. No, it's all good, Griff. You're fine. Now, here we're talking about slicing. As I mentioned before, we might want to think about that. So, which of the following slicing operations will produce the list 12, 3? So we have a list here containing values 9, 41, 12, 3, 74, and 15. And the list we want to return is a subset containing only the values 12 and 3. So how do we get to that using a slice? How do we get to that using a slice? Got folks saying it's going to be 2:4. Last one, 2:4. Okay. Tycho says 2:-2. That's not one of the choices. The choices are 12:3, 1:3, just colon, 2:2, or 2:4. Yes, it could potentially work. Unfortunately, not one of the choices, but yes, you could always work from the right to the left. Yep. All right, so let's talk about why. I think I agree with you. I think that it would be 2:4, but let's talk about why. So with slicing, we need to remember that as we kind of mentioned before, a slice contains a start value and then a stop value. The start value is inclusive. The stop value is exclusive, right? So we need to think about it in terms of that when we're determining the range of our slice. So 0, 1, 2 is going to be our start value. That's going to capture the value 12. And then our stop value is exclusive. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 technically is the value 74, but since it's exclusive, we roll back by 1 and our range is going to be 12, 3. So the range that we want is slice 2:4. No worries, Matthias. Great to see you. Bitstone says, I wonder what 12:3 would do. Well, let's do it. Anytime we wonder that sort of thing, let's see what happens. So I'll grab this. We'll pop it into the interpreter here. And let's see, we wanted to see 12:3. Okay, let's do that. Print that. Womp womp. Yeah, out of range because there is no index 12 value as our start index, and then the stop index is, lower, so there's nothing to print. There's nothing that fits that range. Yeah, so not an error, just an empty index, because these are technically valid index values. These are, valid index values, and it did return the empty list. So you can see here it did. There's just nothing. It just returned an empty list. There's nothing in the range. Yeah, it did return the empty. Exactly, Fuel. But yeah, those are great questions, because if we have, sort of philosophical questions like that, what would one of the wrong answers return? Then let's test it out, right? Let's do a little experiment on it. Then I am happy. All is right in the world, right? Yeah. Okay, catching up with chat here. Yeah, all right. Question 9. What list method adds a new item to the end of an existing list? Now, this might be tricky if you're familiar with other languages. Again, it's a syntax thing. So is it going to be add, push, forward, pop, append, or index? What do we think? Hey, Peanut Gamer, welcome. Orzo says E. So A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, append. Percy says add. What do we think, chat? Yeah, I'm seeing folks say append. Bitstone says, my mind says push. That's probably wrong. Yeah, that's JavaScript maybe sneaking in there a little bit for you. DJ says B. Yeah. And that's, not entirely wrong, but it might be in the wrong language. Yeah. So one thing to be aware of is that Python uses append to add a new item to the end of an existing list. Yes. So append keyword is used in Python. Now, some of these other keywords are valid depending on what you're doing. But in this case, if we specifically want to add a new item to the end of an existing list, we are going to use the append method. Alrighty, last question, folks. Great job so far, everybody. Hey, Machine, good to see you again. Buenas tardes, indeed. Hello. What will the following Python code print out? We have a list containing Joseph, Glenn, and Sally. We run the sort method on that list. Now, remember, we can do that because lists are mutable, right? We can make changes to the original object. We don't have to put it into a new variable or anything like that. We can mutate the original object and do it in place. So now what's going to happen after we sort it and we print the value at index 0? What is it going to be? Is it going to be friends, Glenn, Sally, or Joseph? Hey, Moshiko, welcome. Yeah, folks are saying B. And yes, I'm going to agree with that. G is the first letter in the alphabet in alphabetical order here, so I'm going to agree with Glenn. Chase says, are strings mutable in Python? No, they are not. Yeah, earlier in the quiz, we actually had a question on that. Looking at this one right here, so fruit is equal to banana, which is a string. And then if we try to set the value at index 0, like if we try to change the value at index 0 to a lowercase b, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because strings are immutable while lists are mutable. So we could still perform this operation. We would just have to create a new string and assign the first letter to be lowercase and then grab the last letters from, the rest of the string. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Now, but we can run a sort method directly on the original with a list because lists are changeable. They're mutable. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, let's submit the quiz and let's see how we did. If we missed any questions, we'll go back and we'll look up the answers, and then we'll have to wait 10 minutes before we can take the quiz again. But let's see how we did. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Hooray, good job, everybody. 100% first try, folks. Good job. First try. Congratulations, folks. I think that's a sign that we can move on to the next lesson. GG, yeah. All right, let me take a quick hydrate here. By the power of Grayskull, we have the power. First try, indeed. Good job, folks. But again, if you're just jumping in with us now and you're interested in learning Python, I would highly recommend that you go back to the beginning of the course when you have the time, go through it, do all the quizzes, do the exercises, really test your knowledge at various points, and then go back and revisit that knowledge. Now, one of the things that this course is really, really good about is building on existing knowledge and rehearsing old concepts. So they're not going to just, move on to a new topic entirely. You're going to be reusing a lot of the code from previous exercises, having to revisit things that you learned 2 or 3 or 4 lessons ago. And it's really good about that. So fantastically constructed course. Again, highly recommend it if you want to learn Python. But right now we want to start learning about dictionaries. So let's jump right on in here. Now, I don't know if Dan Can Code is here, but they have been asking about when are we going to get to dictionaries for weeks. So it's going to be really hilarious if they don't show up for this stream today, because this is all they've been asking about for weeks and weeks. So I don't know. Dan, if you're out there, this is your time to shine, my friend. All right, let's get into dictionaries. Sternup says, I love dictionaries. They have all the words. But well, and as we'll discover, the word dictionary actually makes a lot of sense in this context. So we're gonna get into what dictionaries are and what they're for, and really they function a lot like a written dictionary. JB says maybe we can summon him the way we did Rufio. Maybe so. So we are going to be, as usual, we're going to be following the written references. But if you prefer to learn in another way and you're taking the course yourself, you can also watch these videos narrated by Dr. Chuck walking through various exercises. There's slides to look at. There's even a discussion board where you can talk about things with other people who are taking the course. So a fantastic way to learn no matter how you prefer to take in information. All right, here we go. So dictionaries. A dictionary is like a list, but is more general. In a list, the index positions have to be integers, and in a dictionary, the indices can be almost any type. So you can think of a dictionary as a mapping between a set of indices, which are called keys, and a set of values. Each key maps to a value. The association of a key and a value is called a key-value pair, or sometimes an item. Now, pausing here really quickly, what does this sound like? If for those of you who are in 100 Devs, what does this sound like if you're familiar with JavaScript? Davy Jones, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, in general terms, it sounds like an object, right? A JavaScript object, or JSON, yeah, which is kind of an application of that format. It sounds like an object. Good to have you here, Davey. But yeah, essentially that's what it is. Python just calls these objects dictionaries. So if you're familiar with JavaScript and the concept of key value pairs and objects, then this will probably seem somewhat familiar for you, especially things like how we access the data that's stored in a dictionary. You're going to have a little bit of a leg up here in terms of this concept. Again, once you've learned one language, it makes it generally easier to learn your next one. So that's the great thing about learning to code, is it's like a ball sort of gathering momentum, like Katamari Damacy. The more objects you pick up, the faster you can go. Watch Furry, thank you so much for the follow. All right, as an example, we'll build a dictionary that maps from English to Spanish, so the keys and the values are all strings. We can call the function dict to create a dictionary with no items, and it is a built-in function, so you shouldn't use it as a variable name. All right, so we're creating a new dictionary called Eng to Span, so English to Spanish, and then if we print that, we'll see that it uses bracket notation, curly braces, just like in JavaScript, right? Or if you've ever seen JSON on a web page, that's essentially what it means. It's just curly braces mean an object with key value pairs, or a dictionary with key value pairs. So to add items, we can use square brackets. So exactly the same notation as we would use in a list, except in this case, instead of using an integer as an index value, we're using the key value to access a specific location in that dictionary. So this line creates an item that maps from the key 1 to the value uno. If we print the dictionary again, we can see a key value pair with a colon between the key and the value. So this is kind of like our definition here, right? We're saying, all right, at index 1 or at key 1, insert the value uno. So we're simultaneously creating that key value of 1 and the matching value to that key, which is uno. So we could also create a dictionary with multiple key value pairs. In this case, we can use the curly braces and define it like such. So essentially, we can define it exactly the same way we would be printing it out. So using curly braces and adding multiple values at once. And it says, it just gives a little note here, since Python 3.7x, the order of key value pairs is the same as their input order, i.e. dictionaries are now ordered structures. So if you're familiar with older types of Python, that might be a change for you. In our case, it's really not going to matter. We're using, Python 3.12 or 3.13 generally. I'm on 3.12. Many of you might be on 3.13. So shouldn't really matter unless you're working with a very old Python code base. So just be aware of that. The elements of a dictionary are never indexed with integer indices. Instead, you use the keys to look up the corresponding values. So if we say, all right, print the value at key 2 from our dictionary we've been building, we'll say, all right, we're going to go to key 2. And we're going to print out value dose, which makes sense. The key 2 always maps to the value dose, so the order of the items does not matter. If your key isn't in the dictionary, you just get an exception. There's no key matching the word for, so we get an error. And the length function also works on dictionaries, but it returns the number of key value pairs. So each of these are treated as an item. So even though there's technically two, strings here, right? Because it's a key value pair, they're treated as one single item. And so only, a count of 1 in the length value. The in operator also works on dictionaries. It tells you whether something appears as a key in the dictionary. Appearing as a value is not good enough. So we can look for the value 1 in our dictionary, and that will return true to say it does exist. But if we search for uno in our dictionary, we don't get anything back because that's a value, not a key. So I'm going to pause here for a second and go over that again. So we can use the in operator on dictionaries. So just like we could, in other data types, we can use the in value on dictionaries, but it's only looking at the keys. It's not looking at the values. And in a small example like this, it could be a little bit confusing because both our keys and our values are very small, but especially when you're working with APIs and stuff, you're going to find a lot of the times that the keys themselves are going to be very short, but the values are often, super long, right? And so it's much easier to look things up by the key than it is by the value. And so that's essentially what we're doing here. We're looking it up by the key, not the value. So have you ever, worked with an API and you get back a bunch of JSON, and what you get back is actually a bunch of nested dictionaries or nested objects. And oftentimes when you want to find you want to drill down into that API and return a very specific value, you're actually going to be drilling down through multiple key values and accessing the key that you want to return the value you're looking for. So just keep that in mind. When you're using in, it's searching the keys, not the values. Hey, Strain, good to see you. To see whether something appears as a value in a dictionary, you have to use a different method called values, which returns the values as a type that can be converted to a list, and then you can use the in operator. So what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we want to go to our list. We want to go to our dictionary, extract the values, and turn that into a list or into an array. So essentially what we're doing is we're going into our dictionary and we're stripping out the keys. And so all you have left is just a list of the values. After that, then you can use the in operator on your list directly to search through the values. So we're kind of like downgrading it from a dictionary to just a plain old list. And in that case, we can search through the values to get what we're looking for. Good to see you, Strain, by the way. Tuscan Bear, thank you so much for the follow. Yes, exactly. This is like object.values. That's exactly what it's doing here. And we're just dumping it into a list so that we can search that list for a specific value. And just keep in mind, we're using the in operator for both, but it uses different algorithms for lists and dictionaries. For lists, it uses a linear search algorithm. As the list gets longer, the search time gets longer in direct proportion to the length of the list. However, as some of you mentioned before, for dictionaries, Python uses an algorithm called a hash table that has a remarkable property. The in operator takes about the same amount of time no matter how many items there are in a dictionary. I won't explain why hash functions are so magical, but you can read more about it at wikipedia.org/hashtable. So click on that. But, as many of you were alluding before, talking about hash maps and things like that, having your data stored in a dictionary can sometimes bring value when that dictionary is very large, right? If you want an efficient search, you can start working with hash maps or things like that to, use this hash table algorithm to quickly look up any item that you're looking for. Fuel says, are dictionaries in Python immutable? I imagine we're about to find out. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but let's keep reading and see what it says. So we're going to skip exercise 1, and that's on purpose because we're going to essentially do the same thing with exercises 2 through 5 in this lesson. So we're going to skip exercise 1, but we're going to get plenty of practice on working with dictionaries. Don't worry. So I've already looked ahead at the actual exercises themselves. So we're going to skip exercise 1, but we're going to do the rest, and that'll give us plenty of practice. Now, before we move on to talking about dictionaries as counters, let's take a break. We're at the top of the hour. We'd like to try to take a break as close as we can to the top of each hour. So before we go on, let's take a break, 5 minutes, and then when we come back, we're going to finish. This chapter really isn't all that long. We're going to try to see if we can finish the chapter and then spend the last hour doing the exercises and applying what we've learned. Yes, absolutely. Get as Bitstone notated in emojis there. Please stay hydrated. Take this 5 minutes to get a glass of water. Get up and stretch if you've been sitting this whole time. I've been standing this whole time. This is a standing desk that I have here. So I will be sitting down for 5 minutes and then we'll come back. But the important thing is to move your body. There was just a study out recently that said, staying in any position for too long, whether you're sitting, you're standing, or lying down, that's not good for your body. So don't sit for hours, don't stand for hours. Make sure you're moving around and, getting some mobility, getting some circulation going. So think about that, and then 5 minutes and we will come on back. See you soon. Thank you for the follow, Phase Step. Good to have you here. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure you're staying hydrated, make sure you are stretching, roll your wrists, roll your neck, make sure you don't get carpal tunnel syndrome. And then, as always, pet your dogs, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Thanks for being here, Kings. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. I realized during the break I forgot to turn up the volume on the background music, so you couldn't hear the jams, but I'll try to remember to do that during the next break. All right, let's get back to it. So prior to the break, we started talking about dictionaries. And we learned that a dictionary is a set of key value pairs, similar to an object in JavaScript. So instead of being a list, where it's just a sort of a straight up list of values with integer index values, in a dictionary, the keys or the index values can be anything. They could be numeric, they could be strings, they could be anything that you want, and we can access them using the same type of notation that we would for a list, but the difference here being that these key values could be any type of word. Generally they're going to be a word, or they could be numeric, or just any type of value that you want, and you can use that to access the value associated with that key. So let's talk about dictionaries as a set of counters. Suppose you are given a string and you want to count how many times each letter appears. There are several ways you could do it. You could create 26 variables, one for each letter of the alphabet. Then you could traverse the string. Oh, sorry, thank you for the hydrate, Brian. I didn't see it the first time. Thank you. You get a double hydrate. And a posture check. I tend to go gremlin mode if I, stay in one position for too long. I actually just bought for my work desk. This is not my work desk. This is my fun desk. I have a work desk in another room, and I actually just bought a standing desk, or one of those adjustable desks that goes up and down, just to have more, flexible posture throughout the day, so I can stand up, sit down, and kind of vary my posture. So hopefully that works, so I don't turn into a shrimp over time, All right, so anyway, we could count how many times each letter appears. We could create 26 variables, one for each letter of the alphabet. Then we could traverse the string, and for each character, increment the corresponding counter, probably using a chained conditional. So, we could loop through the string and check each of our 26 variables against each of the characters and increment the one that matches, right? Technically, we could do that. Or we could create a list with 26 elements. We could convert each character to a number using the built-in function ORD, and then use the number as an index into the list and increment the appropriate counter. So have a list of all 26 letters, ordered by index, convert the string characters into numbers, and then match those to the appropriate index value in our list and increment the appropriate value. Or we could create a dictionary with the characters as keys and counters as the corresponding values. The first time you see a character, you would add an item to the dictionary. After that, you would increment the value of an existing item. Each of these options performs the same computation, but each of them implements that computation in a different way. An implementation is a way of performing a computation. Some implementations are better than others. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Crescovo, good to have you here. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. They use their Prime sub, which is wonderful because it's free for them. They don't have to worry, about spending money, right? The best things in life are free. And the wonderful thing about Prime subs is it costs Jeff Bezos money. So the bajillionaire, former CEO of Amazon and Twitch, every time one of you uses your Prime subs, it doesn't have to be on me. It can be on anybody, on your favorite streamer. It costs Jeff Bezos just a small fraction of his infinite wealth. And shouldn't that be what we're all aiming for, right? Let's chip away at the feet of clay on that giant Ozymandias statue that is Jeff Bezos, and maybe one day it'll say, all that'll be left is a plaque that reads, "Look upon my works, ye mighty in despair." Chris Kova says, "Oh, that cost Bezos money I didn't know." I'm being a bit facetious here in that, Bezos built his fortune on Amazon and Twitch, and Prime subs are essentially paid for by Amazon. So, yes. Yes, Bezos' monies, exactly. We want to try to spend those down a little bit at a time. Let's redistribute the wealth, folks. Again, doesn't have to be for me, could be for anybody, as long as you use it. So don't let it go to waste. All right, let's see, where are we at? So some implementations are better than others. For example, and this is kind of talking about like data structures and algorithms, right? Talking about computation time, efficiency, that type of thing. We could do it, and we could approach this problem all three of these ways, and it could work. We could get the right answer. But sometimes there's a better way than others. An advantage of the dictionary implementation is that we don't have to know ahead of time which letters appear in the string. We only have to make room for the letters that do appear. So here's what that might look like. So if we start with the word Brontosaurus, we can define a new dictionary called D. And then we can essentially say for C in word, and what is C indicating here? What do we call C in a loop? What is this part of the loop called? There's a vocabulary word for this. What is that? C is what? In this case, it stands for a letter, right? Hey, Jose, welcome to the stream. They say constant. That's a great guess. What do we think this means? If I'm executing a loop, I'm going to say for something in something. What does this something stand for? What do we call that? Umtham says iteration variable. Yes, that's exactly right. C in this case is our iterator. It's the thing that governs how many times we do the loop. So yes, K. Martinez, you're right. It's a type of variable, and specifically it's an iterator variable, because this variable here, this iterator, controls how many times we go through the loop, right? Because we can only loop as many letters as there are in this word. So that governs how many times we loop. That's the iterator. So for C in word means for each letter, essentially, in the word Brontosaurus, we want to check and see if that letter is not in our dictionary. Then we add it to the dictionary with the letter as a key value and the initial value for that key as 1. So essentially we're adding it to the dictionary and we're setting a count of 1 for that letter. And then what are we doing here, chat? So we're saying if C is not in D, then add it and set the value to 1. Otherwise, what are we doing in the else clause? Yeah, we're incrementing the number, right? Why are we incrementing the number? What's the purpose of this else clause here? Why are we doing that? I'll answer K. Martinez in bit. I'll answer your questions in just a second. I just want to get through this one first. So what are we doing? What is the purpose of this incrementation? Or what is the purpose of this increasing that value by 1? Yeah, exactly, Strain. They say if we already have it in the dictionary, we need to add 1 to it to keep the count, right? So let's kind of just talk through that really quickly. So the way this works is we start with B, and it's going to say, okay, C is not in D because it's first letter. So we're adding that as an initial key value pair with B equal to 1. And then we do the same thing with R. We do the same thing with O, N, T, but then we get to O. And it says, if C not in D. Well, C is already in there because we've already encountered it once. And so we go to the else clause here and we say, okay, the key value pair in our dictionary, which is currently set to O as the key and 1 as the value, we essentially say, okay, take that existing key value pair and add 1 to the value because this is our second O. So when this, at the end, this is going to be key O value 2. Yeah, we want to count the number of instances of the character. Exactly. K. Martinez says, but why is it a letter and not a number if it refers to the number of times? Yeah, that's a great question. So I assume you're referring to this part here. So let's talk about that. All right. What would happen if I did put a number here? What if I said like 2 for 2 in Word? What would happen? In fact, let's do that. Oops. So we'll say Word, Brontosaurus. D is dict. And then instead of saying for C in Word, I'm going to say for 2 in Word. And do that. Yeah. So we're going to get an error. It says cannot assign to literal. Cannot assign to literal. Because the whole point of this iterator value is that it's not meant to be a hard-coded number. It's meant to be a variable that refers to the number of letters in our word. So we don't even have to know off the bat how many letters are in our word or how many words are in a line. Oftentimes we won't know, right? Let's say I'm going through a huge file. I'm looping through a gigabyte text file, which is huge. And I'm just looping through every line. And I want to say, all right, for each word in our line, do something. I'm not going to know how many words are on every line, and it's going to vary how many words are on every line. I just want to say, all right, for however many letters are in our word, or for however many words are on our line, loop through until you reach the end of the line. There's no way for me to know, and I wouldn't even want to hard code something here, even if I could. Because if I'm looping through, say, multiple words, multiple lines, they're going to vary in their length. I just want to say, hey, Python, keep going until you reach the end. I don't want to have to tell it an exact count here. So instead, I'm just going to set an iterator variable to indicate, all right, for every letter in the word, go until you reach the end and then stop. Yeah, it's a little bit meta, right? But just remember that it's a variable referring to the letters in this word. And if I was writing this script myself, I would probably have said for letter in Word. I don't like it when people use single letter variables like this. And it's kind of funny. This course really heavily suggests that, in like one of the first lessons, it's like, make sure you make your variables descriptive. And then the rest of the course, it proceeds to define everything with single letter variables. So it's kind of funny in that regard. But, it's essentially just indicating, all right, for each letter in the word, loop through it. Yeah. Hey, Jose, they say, I don't want to interrupt the class. What time can I come back to start asking you about programming? I generally kind of have a free discussion period at the end. So I would say another hour and a half, you can probably come back, and then we'll be having our little free discussion period towards the end of the stream. I like to give about 30 minutes at the end where we just kind of talk about whatever. And so, you're welcome to ask then if you would like. Or you can ask now, and I can see if I can get to your question, right before the next break. Maybe we'll pause a little bit and I can answer it. So, feel free to ask now. I just might not be able to answer it right at the moment, depending on what the question is. Okay. Strain says, treat your variable names like comments in the code. If you name them well enough, the code is self-commenting. Yes, I very much agree with that. Based on your variable names, you should be able to kind of figure out what the code is trying to do. Even if you don't understand the code at the first pass, you should be able to get a sense of what's going on based on the variables. VA3Eek, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow, Jose. All right, so I scroll down here a little bit. Hang on. All right, so we just did this. It's building a dictionary. Thank you for the follow, Chris Govo, as well. Good to have you here. It's building a dictionary. If the item does not already exist in the dictionary, if the letter does not already exist in our dictionary, then we add it and we set the initial value to 1. Otherwise, if it does exist, we reassign that value to add 1 to it. So we take the original value, it could be, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we just add 1 to it to increment that counter. So we are effectively computing a histogram, which is a statistical term for a set of counters or frequencies. Yeah, histograms are great because it can show you the concentration of your data, right? It can show you if there are outliers. It can show you if there is, if there are spikes in certain places. So histograms are super useful in statistics. And that's one of the things that I really want to use Python for in terms of big data analysis is, building quick histograms, building, scatter plots and stuff like that to really see the quality of the data that we are working with. So our for loop traverses the string, and each time through the loop, if the character C is not in the dictionary, we create a new item with key C and the initial value 1, since we've seen the letter once. If C is already in the dictionary, we increment C by 1. So based on that, here's our output. And as we talked about before with the letter O, we would expect to see that value of 2, since that's the count. Dictionaries also have a method called get that takes a key and a default value. If the key appears in the dictionary, get returns the corresponding value. Otherwise, it returns the default value. So for example, we have a dictionary here with key value pairs, Chuck and 1, Annie 42, and Jan 100. So if we print counts.get Jan and then a default value of 0, we get 100 because Jan exists in the dictionary as a key and the associated value is 100. However, if we tried to do a get on the key of Tim, Tim is not in the dictionary, and so what we print out instead is the default value of 0. So we still need to give it something to return, and so if it can't find it, it will just return that default. So with this in mind, we can use get to write our histogram loop more concisely. Because the get method automatically handles the case where a key is not in a dictionary, we can reduce our 4 lines down to 1 and eliminate the if statement. Yeah, so since get automatically does that check for us as to whether a value exists in the dictionary or not, we don't have to have this if here to say if C not in D, else, do this, right? So we can just use get directly. So in that case, we can still say, all right, I'm going to define my word, I'm going to define my dictionary, and then I'm going to say for C in word, so for each letter in the word Brontosaurus, simply set the key value pair at that location. So we're looping through and we're saying in the dictionary for each letter value as a key, check to see if it already exists. If it does, we return the value and we add 1 to it. If it doesn't, we return 0 and we still add 1 to it. Right? So for each one, we're looping through. If it exists, we're essentially going to find the existing value and add 1 to it, and then reassign it to the key value pair. If it doesn't exist, we're still going to create that initial key value pair, but it's not going to find a starter value, so it's going to return 0, and then we give it an initial value of 1. Yeah, this looks a little weird at first, right? It's a little weird at first. And Bitstone says, would prefer the first version, easier on my brain. Yeah, it's kind of a mind bender with the first time you look at it. But essentially all we're doing here is we're saying, all right, let's say we start with the letter B, right? We're saying, all right, in our dictionary, for key value B, we're creating it, but we're also first checking to see if there's already a value there. So we're saying, all right, take this key value pair, generate it, but if one already exists, we want to preserve that value and just add 1 to it. If it doesn't exist, we're going to start with 0 and add 1. And so the value, at the end of this cycle, at the end of this loop, is going to be B:1. Now, let's say we go to O. And we're looping through. We've created it here. We keep going. We go to the second O. Now, what's going to happen here? We're on O, and we say, okay, now at key value O in our dictionary, we're going to do a get first. And we're going to say, okay, let's see. If we go into our dictionary, existing dictionary value at key value O, I'm actually going to return a 1 because I've already encountered O once before. So I'm not going to return the default value of 0. I'm going to return 1. So this is going to print 1, and we're going to add 1 to it. And the new value at key O in our dictionary is going to be 2. And then at the end of all that, we're going to print the dictionary. So what you're going to get functionally is the exact same result as the one with the if statement. It's just doing it more concisely because this get method can handle things if we don't already have an existing value there. Bitstone said that, is there also a set method? I don't know for sure. We could look in the documentation for that. But yeah, I don't know for sure. I know there's, sets in JavaScript and things like that. But yeah, it's a good question. We can check in documentation if I remember before the next break. See if it exists. Or you can feel free to Google it yourself, Bitstone, and let me know. So the use of the get method to simplify this counting loop ends up being a very commonly used idiom in Python. We will use it many times in the rest of the book. So if you don't understand it just yet, that's okay. We're going to get many other chances to use it. However, if you have any questions about what this is doing, or if you're just like getting frustrated, like I don't understand this at all, feel free to say so, and we can go over it again. So you should take a moment and compare the loop using the if statement and the in operator with the loop using the get method. They do exactly the same thing, but one is more succinct. Yep. This is essentially eliminating the need for that if statement. All right. So this is more of the practical application part of using dictionaries. How do we use dictionaries and files? One of the common uses of a dictionary is to count the occurrence of words in a file with some written text. Let's start with a very simple file of words taken from the text of Romeo and Juliet. So we're going to start out with no punctuation, and later we'll work on the text of the scene with punctuation included. That's where we're going to, probably start including some regex and things like that, right? When you actually have to start stripping out things like uppercase, lowercase, commas, periods, special characters, that type of thing. If you just want to compare the words as is. So we'll write a Python program to read through the lines of the file, break each into a list of words, and then loop through each of the words in the line and count each word using a dictionary. And we've done that before, right? We've gone through a file, we've broken it apart into its individual lines, and we've broken those lines down into individual words. So this is just building on some of the things that we did last week. Actually, and I have an example of that right here. This is something we did last week where we took in a file, right? We read the file, we opened it, we initialized a counter, we read through each line, we split our line into words, a list of words, and then we checked to see if a line started with a specific word, And then we incremented our counter to count how many lines, started with that particular word. And we also printed out the, I forget what the first word was, or sorry, I forget what it was the second word actually. I think it was like an email address or something. So we printed the email address and then a count of each one. So essentially we are just going to add to this, and rather than using a list, we're going to store pretty much the same information in a dictionary. Bitstone says, W3C says that there is no .set on dictionaries. Okay, good to know. Thanks for looking that up. All right, we're looping through the lines and counting each word using a dictionary. So we have 2 for loops. The outer loop is reading the lines of the file, and the inner loop is iterating through each of the words on that particular line. And that should look somewhat familiar, right? Kind of what we did last time. It's a nested loop because one of the loops is the outer loop and the other loop is the inner loop. So we're looping through the lines and then we're looping through the words on the line. You probably have done this before, something similar in JavaScript. Because the inner loop executes all of its iterations, each time the outer loop makes a single iteration, we think of the inner loop as iterating more quickly and the outer loop as iterating more slowly. Yeah, so the inner loop is going to be looking at each word on the line. So it's going to be going bam, 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 bam. And the outer loop isn't going to tick over until the inner loop finishes the entire line. So obviously there's going to be, fewer lines than words in a file. So the inner loop is going to be ticking through each word on the line. And then only when the inner loop finishes ticking through the line, the outer loop goes to the next line. So we're going to, with these 2 loops together, we're going to be counting every word on every line of the input file. Oh, Jose, I love that question. That's a fantastic question. Yeah, that's really, really great. That's kind of similar. That's Jose, your situation is very similar to mine. So I love this question. So yes, glad to answer it. I will try to answer that before our next break. Okay. So stick around until then. And yeah, I'll answer your question. That's really great. Same thing happened to me. So I want to talk about that. All right. So what are we doing here? We're taking in a file. We're going to try to open it, and if we can't open it, we're going to say file cannot be opened and we exit the program. Okay, pretty standard stuff. However, here we're creating a dictionary and we're saying for line in our file, we're going to split it out into words. So up until now, we're doing exactly the same thing as we did last time in this exercise, no differences. And then for each word on the line, if word is not in counts, which is our dictionary here, if word is not in there, then we add it with an initial value of 1. Otherwise, we simply increment the existing value by 1. Okay? So pretty, actually somewhat similar to the list exercise that we did last time. Except in this case, we're matching each word with its count directly. In the previous exercise that we did, we were essentially printing off the words and the counts separately, printing each word and then printing the count at the end, like the total count at the end of all the words. But in this case, we want to create a dictionary with the counts of each word individually. So we can use this shorthand, which we did right here, right? We kind of worked ahead a little bit in terms of understanding this shorthand. But using the plus equals symbol is essentially taking the current value of a variable and reassigning it to itself. So in this case, we're using it as an incrementer, but you could reassign it to something else. You can say, plus equals 2 or whatever. And it's going to say, all right, take the current value and add something to it. Bitstone says, is split always splitting on a space? So by default, yes. If we don't specify, if we don't specify the thing that we are splitting on, it's going to default to space. However, we could specify something else, like a comma or a quote mark or an underscore or a dash, right? Those are really common in certain files. Now, chat, what do we call that? The thing that we're splitting on. What do we call that data, that thing that divides our data? There's a word for that. What do we call that? I haven't asked a question in a while. What do we call that? Yeah, exactly, Strain. It's called a delimiter, right? So, for example, I'm sure you've all seen, CSV files before. You go to your bank and you want to download all your transactions, and it gives you some options on how you want to download your transactions. Do you want to download it as a text file? Do you want to download it as an Excel file? Or do you want to download it as a CSV? So in a CSV file, what's the delimiter by default? In a CSV file, what's the delimiter? By default in CSV files, it's going to be a comma, actually. So if you were to open that file in like a text editor, you would just see a bunch of values, and they're just going to all have commas between them. Now you can you can force different delimiters. You can use different delimiters, but by default you're going to expect a comma generally. Yeah, but you could also you can find files with semicolons. You can find files with uh, you know quote marks. You can find columns files with underscores, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. And that CSV suffix on the file literally stands for comma separated values. So CSV means comma separated. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Bitstone, they say they use semicolon because comma is used for numbers. Yeah, you can do it that way. A lot of the times what you'll see done is in those cases you'll see things like those types of values saved with quotes around them, and then still commas between the values, but you have quotes and then comma. There's all sorts of different ways to do it, and so that's why understanding how to parse delimiters is really important, which is why I wanted to talk about that. So in that, go back to the question, using that split method, you can pass in a value, you can pass in an argument into that split method instead of leaving it empty like we normally do. You could pass in a comma, or you could pass in a quote, or you could pass in, I don't know, dash dash, or whatever your delimiter is, in order to have it split on a custom delimiter. Yeah. All right, so we've done the split, and then there was another question there. And the return at the end of the line is taken care of because we read only line by line. Yes. So Python is understanding what a line actually is by looking for that invisible new line character. So at the end of every single line, there's an invisible character, which is displayed as /n. So if you make those characters visible, what you'll see is a /n. That just means new line. And so that's how Python says, oh, I've reached the end of the line. So that's why we don't have to define a delimiter for each line, like right here. We can just say for line in file, because Python intuitively understands that it's going to loop through until it reaches a new line character. Okay? Yeah, it's a great question. That's a good thing to review, because how do we know what a line is, right? Well, we know what a line is because it's going to end in a new line character, and Python understands that. Python's smart. It is. Yeah, Python has a good, it's just built for this kind of thing. It's just built for crunching big files of data. So that's why these things are really convenient. Okay, so when we run this program, we see a raw dump of all the counts in unsorted order. So, you can see that it's mapping each individual word until we encounter a word that's repeated multiple times. And so in the case of like the word is or the, it's gonna write it down the first time, and then each time it's encountered again, it's gonna just increment that counter. Chase says, why C don't do this? Yeah, and that's the thing. There's certain languages that are better at some things than others, right? And Python was really tailored to kind of just be good at crunching data, parsing files. And so that's why Python is kind of tailored for this kind of thing. But, more multi-purpose language like C, yeah, probably isn't. Although Python is based on C. It's, so it's got background in C. Okay, it's a bit inconvenient to look through the dictionary to find the most common words and their counts, so we need to add some more Python code to get us the output that will be more helpful. Yeah, because, this is a nice print, but what does it really tell us? If we're actually trying to do analytics on this data, we're probably only concerned with the major events, right? What is the maximum? What is the minimum? Are there outliers? That type of thing. So what we can do after we create the dictionary is we can loop through it, right? So we can use our dictionary as the sequence in a for statement and traverse the keys. So, we could loop straight through it, right? And we could just print every key value pair. So we could say print the key and then print the value at that key location. So that what we're doing here is we're just saying for key in counts. So for each key, print the actual key value and then print the value at that key index. So we get Chuck 1, Annie 42, Jan 100. And with that in mind, we can kind of start adding, some filters to that. So we don't have to necessarily print everything if the only thing we care about is what are the biggest values? What is the maximum value? What are the minimum values? So in this case, if we wanted to find all the entries with a value above 10, we could do this. For key in counts, so we're going to loop through each of the keys. If the value of that particular key is greater than 10, then we print the key and its value. In this case, we should only see Annie 42 and Jan 100 get printed. We only see the entries of the value above 10, just like so. Okay, so does that make sense what we're doing here? I'm going to pause here for a second. And it's okay to say, hey, this doesn't make sense. I don't understand. And then I'm happy to go over it again. But essentially what we're doing here is we're looping through the keys. And then at each key, we're going to look at its value. And we're going to see if that value is greater than 10. And if it is, we're going to print the key itself and the value at that key location. This is going to become important in the exercise portion of the thing. Okay. So if we want to print the keys in alphabetical order, so to speak, you can make a list of the keys in the dictionary, and then we can sort it. So we first make a list of the keys in the dictionary using the keys method, and then we sort that list and loop through the sorted list, looking up each key and printing out the key value pairs in sorted order as follows. So starting out with the same dictionary, we're going to create a list of all the keys. We're going to sort that list. Then we're going to print it and see how it looks. And then we're going to loop through. We're going to loop through our list. And we're going to sort the key and the value of counts at that key location. So looping through our list for each key value, it's going to look it up against this dictionary and say, hey, oh, this one exists. I'm going to grab the value and I'm going to print it. So in this case, first time we print it before it's been sorted, it's just a list of all the key values. Second time, it's going to be a sorted list of all the key values right here. And then finally, we get both the sorted dictionary and the values of each one. So in this case, we're using both lists and dictionaries together in order to achieve the result that we're looking for. All right. And then finally, putting that all together, we're going to look at this Romeo.txt again. And we're going to say, all right, what if the actual text has a lot of punctuation? Because, normally, yes, you're going to get files that are going to have a bunch of stuff going on. You're going to have uppercase letters. You're going to have lowercase letters. One thing that I encounter a lot at work is we have a bunch of different systems that where people can enter their name, right? They're going to enter their last name. They're going to enter their first name, middle initial, that type of thing, maiden name, all those things. So we have all these different systems that are capturing data about people and their names. But what if I want to essentially create a list of all the unique names coming from all those different systems. What is a problem that I might encounter? If I'm trying to truly capture unique names from all these different systems, what are some problems that I might encounter with that data? If we have people entering it in a bunch of different source systems, what are some problems that I might encounter with that data? Real world sort of case study here. D-Rock says lowercase B-O-B versus uppercase B-O-B. Yeah. Spaghetti says data quality. Yes, but what types of data quality problems? What are some things that I might encounter specifically with, like, just thinking about names for now? What are some things that might prevent me from truly identifying the unique names in coming from all these different systems? We could potentially have people who fail to enter their names. Yes. People entering just look at my card instead of their last name. Yeah. Yeah. And Sani gives a good point there. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Sani. My last name is written at least in 3 different ways, depending on where and who inputs it. Yeah. Yeah. We could have special characters. We could have misspellings. Hi, Sani. In one system, it's full name. In the other system, first name, last name. Yeah. But even in a more basic sense, uppercase, lowercase, right? You could have one system that's maybe a little bit older, that only captures things in uppercase, right? No case at all. It just captures everybody's names. Think about like what you see on your credit card, right? Everything is uppercase. But you could have a more modern system that actually allows for, the first letter to be uppercase and the rest of the name to be lowercase. Or you could have, I know some people who, really don't bother to ever capitalize their name when they're entering it into a system, right? They're just going to type everything, like E.E. Cummings, right? It's all going to be lowercase all the time. And so one system might convert it to uppercase. Another system might leave it as lowercase. Yeah, and that's a great point, Alien. They said, what about a name like Nunez? In that case, you could end up with special characters that a more modern system supports, right? Things with like tildes or accent marks. Especially when you're dealing with, American American systems. We don't really use accent marks in English, at least, not in common English. And so sometimes names with characters from other alphabets just aren't supported. And so they're going to get changed to a regular English character in one system, while another system, if it supports, maybe a larger Unicode dictionary, it's going to keep it. And so if I really want to identify those unique names, I'm going to need to parse everything to a common standard. So I'm going to need to correct for case. I'm going to need to, set everything to a unified case. I'm going to need to figure out how to handle special characters. I'm going to need to remove maybe extra punctuation, right? So let's say in somebody's middle name, maybe somebody in one system, they put if their middle name is, Allen, right? They put an A in one system. And then in another system, somebody enters it as A dot. So I'm going to need to remove, that dot, right? I'm going to need to account for that dot. Or in the case of like a hyphenated last name, somebody's got a double last name. Does it have a hyphen in one system? Maybe it has a space in another. So I'm going to need to account for that. Yeah, exactly. Special characters, punctuation, case. I would say the most common problem that I encounter at work is different cases, names with different cases. And so in a lot of there's a lot of times when we're pulling data together from different systems, and we have to try to create a unique list of names. And so just looking at the raw data, what you end up with is, some people full uppercase, some people full lowercase, some people, I forget what the word is, but the first letter, capitalized. And so we have to force all of those to be a standard format. Yeah, exactly. The name Mike Smith is taken. Choose another name. Yeah. In most cases, where I encounter that is we're actually trying to aggregate data, right? You're trying to take in data from 6 different sources, and you're trying to aggregate everything together under one single identifier, right? And so you want that common name across all of those different sources. So if I'm trying to aggregate all that data down to a single database row in a table, then I need to make sure that my name format is standardized. Yeah, it's Pascal case. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I can never remember that. Yeah, and again, yeah, Spaghetti says apparently there's a function called casefold that does it all in Python. I'm not surprised. That definitely makes sense given, again, how Python is kind of made for this sort of thing. Anyway, let's talk about some of that. So, since the split function looks for spaces and treats words as tokens separated by spaces, we would treat the words soft with an exclamation point and soft without one as different words and create a separate entry for each word. So here you can see there's soft and then just soft with no exclamation point. So since the file has capitalization, we would also treat lowercase who and uppercase who as different words in different counts. So we can use string methods lower, punctuation, and translate. The translate is the most subtle of the methods. Essentially what it does is it replaces the characters in our starter string from string with characters in the same position in toString and delete all characters that are in delete string. So the from string and toString can be empty and the delete string parameter can be omitted. We will not specify the toString, but we will use the delete string parameter to delete all of the punctuation. We will even let Python tell us the list of characters that it considers punctuation. So in this case, we're essentially saying, all right, Python, tell us what you think punctuation is. So we can say import string and pull string.punctuation, and then it will return, here's what it thinks punctuation is. So, exclamation point, quotes, $, pound sign, slashes, plus, minus, comma, colon, all those things. And so with that in mind, we can say, okay, loop through, strip out any extra white spaces, loop through each line. And before we separate it out into individual words, so we're stripping off the white space. And before we split it out into individual words, we want to get rid of all the punctuation. So we're going to say, all right, take every punctuation value that Python knows and delete it. Remember, because this is the toString, this is the from string, this is the toString, this is the delete string parameter. So we're going to pass into that parameter this argument that says, hey, Python, get rid of all the punctuation. So what you're going to get back then is the line now with no punctuation. And then finally, we're going to convert the entire line to lowercase. And then we're going to split it out into individual words. So first we get rid of the punctuation. Then we convert it to lowercase. Then we split it into its individual words. And then finally we loop through the words and increment the counter. So that will truly tell us if those words, how many of each unique word there are. So essentially just cleaning the data. This is a really common thing to do in data analysis or, in data engineering. Super common. You got to clean up the data before you can get anything meaningful out of it. So it's also really important not to neglect doing this type of thing. It doesn't really matter what language you're working in, whether you're in SQL or Python or even Excel. You can do all this sort of stuff in Excel if you want. Just make sure that you're cleaning your data first. Otherwise, what you're going to get is at best misleading and at worst incorrect. So be very careful about that. So strip out the punctuation, convert it to lowercase, and then do your analysis. Bidstone says, poor Excel does. Hey, you know what? I love Excel. Excel is great. It gives, regular business people who would never learn to code, it gives them the ability to do this type of analytics. That's where I started out. And it kind of gave me a passion for coding because you can do a lot of those things, to a lesser extent, but you can still do them in Excel. And Excel can also do a lot of statistical operations now, which is pretty great. And you can even write in types. You can even build functions in TypeScript in Excel. So modern versions of Excel, you can boot it up right now. You can write Python and TypeScript in Excel now. So you can build out macros in whatever languages you prefer and give it that wonderful sort of a much more friendly GUI, right? Especially for people who aren't familiar with Python or aren't familiar with, how to read the output from something like Python. You can do all the same stuff. Just give it those lovely friendly graphs and charts that you would normally see in Excel. With a Python script or TypeScript behind it. So Excel is great. I will brook no slander of Excel. It's fantastic and I love it. Even though I do know how to, do things maybe faster in another language, sometimes you have to balance speed with what your customer actually is going to be comfortable with, right? What are they actually going to understand when they look at it? Yeah. Exactly. As Strain said, someone last year did the entire advent of code in Excel. It's extremely powerful if you know how to use it. It is worth learning how to use Excel and how to use it well. I've encountered the opinion so often from folks who are devs who say, oh, I don't need to learn Excel. I know how to code. I highly disagree. I think you should learn how to use Excel. You should know how to use pivot tables. You should learn how to build graphs, because that is by far the easiest way to communicate data insights to your customers. Just do it in Excel. They're going to understand it. It's the universal business language. And especially now that Excel supports coding macros in friendlier languages like Python or TypeScript, you really have no excuse to not learn at least how to format your data in Excel. And there's so many built-in functions and methods and formulas in Excel that can sometimes deliver you the output that you want even faster than you could do it in, SQL or Python. Yeah, just don't use it. It's not good. You don't use it for like truly big data processing, but for smaller data sets, it's fantastic. And you can even do some big data processing in Excel by hooking it up to something like Power BI on the back end. So you can integrate it with larger scale, data reporting tools, and still have an Excel interface on the front end. Yep. So don't knock it till you try it. Sandy says, I still remember doing VBA in Excel. Oh yeah, no, totally. I was still doing VBA macros up until, like 5 years ago. Yep. Bitzone said Python and Excel is pretty new. It absolutely is. It's new with like the Office 365 version of Excel, the newest version of Excel. Yep. You might go to Windows 11 and dual boot. Still got that Excel 19. Yeah, the newer versions of Excel they're good, man. They're so good. So many new functions, methods. You can do all kinds of funky integrations with other tools. Excel has absolutely gone turbo just in the past few years. It's really great. I love it. I will love it forever. It's the best piece of software that humanity's ever created. Best piece of software ever. All right. Anyway, rant over. So anyway, the only really big difference that we did here is we just cleaned our data before we processed it, right? Exactly the same operation as before. We just added a little bit of data cleansing here. Spaghetti says, not VS Code. I would even put Excel above VS Code because Excel is, again, truly the universal business tool. It doesn't matter if you are a data entry clerk, just coming straight out of high school, plugging numbers into a spreadsheet, or, somebody doing really advanced data science, data analytics. Both of you can use Excel and it's a mutually understandable tool to both of you, right? Yeah. So even over VS Code is fantastic and I love it, but Excel is better just in terms of universal understanding. All right, so just something to remember, kind of touched on this before, is that Python often has built-in capabilities for many common data analysis problems. That's why I wanted to learn it, because I have a background in data analytics, and now I work in a data engineering role where a majority of what I do is data cleansing. So over time, we'll see enough example code and read enough of the documentation to know where to look to see if someone has already written something that makes your job much easier. That is my goal here, learning Python. I want to make my job easier. All right, so the output is unwieldy and we can use Python to give us exactly what we're looking for, but to do so, we need to learn about tuples. So we'll pick up this example again once we learn about tuples. Now, before we get into the exercises, so we're going to talk about debugging a little bit, and then we're going to go straight into the exercises for the final hour. I do want to talk about the wonderful question that was asked earlier by Jose. They say, I want to ask how I can use Python in my daily life. I don't have any IT background, but I became interested in learning programming. So I started exploring the web and I found a YouTube channel with a video about Python basics that lasted about 4 hours. I watched it and learned a little, but after finishing it, I thought, now what? It's been about 3 years since then, and now I've forgotten everything I learned. Hey, I empathize with this because the same thing happened to me. So back before I was a developer, I decided maybe I should try learning how to code a little bit. And so I took a Coursera course on Python. I did the whole thing. Do I remember any of it? Heck no. I do not remember a single thing. I'm going through this course, learning everything. All of this is new to me. I remember zero of what I went through in that Coursera course. Absolutely nothing. And I did the exercises and all that stuff. I submitted the assignments. I remember zero. So, yeah, and so I can really empathize with that. I think the best thing that you can do for yourself, Jose, is to start from a point of a use case, right? To start from a point of application, to start with a problem, to say hey, wouldn't it be great if I could, let's say you're writing a book and be like, okay, wouldn't it be great if I could keep track of, how many words I write in a day, and just kind of make a graph of, my words a day over time to see whether I'm writing more, writing less, to see, what days might make me write less. If there's a day of the week where I'm more productive, I'm tracking, let's say, maybe you're keeping track of that stuff, just to start with a real life use case and work towards that as a goal when you're learning. And, I love learning. I love learning random facts and watching documentaries and listening to podcasts and, nonfiction podcasts and all those things. But if I'm really trying to learn a new skill, I always approach it from a point of usability in either my work or my life. Because otherwise, if I'm just learning something for the sake of learning it without having any way or reason to apply it, unfortunately, you're just not going to retain the information if you don't use it. So you're asking how you can use Python in your daily life. All right, so think about what you're doing. If Python is something you really want to learn, think about, okay, what is a problem in my life that I could solve with Python? Maybe it's you're trying to reduce the amount of electricity you're using. So maybe you're trying to say, okay, I want to become more energy efficient. I want my electricity bill to be, lower. Or maybe you want your gas bill to be lower. Or maybe you want to walk more, right? Maybe you want to increase your amount of steps you take per day. So all of those data points are things that you can, oftentimes the power company will let you download your daily electricity use. So you can go to the power company's website and you can download that. Or you can, with your steps, if you've got a Fitbit or something like that, you can get that information from Fitbit. And so once you have that data, then you'll need to do some analytics on it to determine, okay, what are the trends over time by day of the week? How much electricity am I using by day of the week or by time of the year? You can slice and dice that data all sorts of different ways. And an easy way to do that would be using Python. Same with the exercise steps. So if Python is something you really want to learn, you're going to have to come up with some kind of goal that either aligns to your daily life or aligns to your work. I don't know what you do for a job. So that might be helpful if we know what you do. So if you're still around, Jose, what's your profession? Yeah, Silly said, use it or lose it. And that's 100% true. That's literally how learning works. So you're an electrician. Okay, fantastic. Yes. So you're an electrician. So you could do something like you want to, chart how many clients you've had over time or chart how many miles you drive. I don't know if you're self-employed or if you work for a company. But if you're self-employed, then you could say, well, okay, how much am I spending on gas over time, by miles driven? How can I, become more efficient in my driving, to make sure I'm not spending too much on gas? Or, charting time it takes for clients to pay their bills, right? Out of all my clients, which ones have the longest average time that takes them to pay? Maybe I need to keep a closer eye on those clients. So those are all things that, you know, you can apply, or you could even say, if you are working for a company, you could say, all right, am I getting faster, right? Am I able to complete jobs faster now than I could when I first started? So, you know, you're getting more efficient at your work, maybe. Or you could even track like customer reviews over time. Am I getting better reviews from customers? Do customers review me better at certain times of the year than others? You know, maybe they're feeling a little bit more charitable during Christmas, that type of thing. And so you can help plan out your work that way. So there are ways that you could still use Python to help you at your work as well. But it's really just coming up with that use case. And if you have a frustration or a problem or an unknown, thinking, okay, could I use analytics to solve this? And by extension, Python. And then once you have something to work towards, then that's going to really make that information stick in your brain, because you're going to be able to apply it and figure out how to apply it and make your brain work through that problem, which is going to make it stick for you. Strain says the brain is very efficient. It'll break down it'll break down those neuronal connections that don't get used to save on power. And that's actually true. It's a structural, the reason you forget things is because your brain uses a lot of energy. Like your brain is burning calories all the time. Your brain is just a furnace. It's like computers get really hot, right? Because they're using a lot of energy. Your brain is a powerful computer that's burning a lot of energy. And so your brain is going to try to be as efficient as possible by, if it's not using a particular connection, it's going to break it down and get rid of it. And so what you need to do is essentially force your brain to not only not get rid of that connection, but also strengthen it. So the more you use it, the more your brain is going to say, okay, this is an important connection. I need to not get rid of it. I need to keep it. I need to put it in my long-term memory so I can always access it. Yeah. And Sandy Sensei also suggested Pygame for beginners. The type of code that you need to write for that is usually quite simple, loops and conditions. Yeah, and games are great. Games are great, but they only work if you do them more than once, right? You can't just play the game and be like, okay, I understand it now, and never use it again, right? So if you go the game route, you also need to be careful that you are applying, reviewing, doing things more than once, doing things over and over again. Because the point is just that application and repetition. Application and repetition. That is the only way that things are going to stick in your brain. So however you do that, whether it's with a game, with a project, with a problem, whatever it is, just application and repetition, that's your saving grace. Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, you could do, especially, that's a great point, Bitstone. They said you could go with MicroPython and do some Arduino stuff, especially if you're an electrician. You already know how to do wiring and stuff. So you could set up a Arduino board or, Raspberry Pi, something like that, and build a cool little, electrical mechanical project. Yep. And Silly brings up a good point too. Sometimes you may think there's already an app for that, so that yours would not feel useful. But learning on a real world problem is the most effective, 100%. Even if you try to recreate something that's out there already. Yeah, there's no harm in that, especially while you're learning. It's not like you're trying to compete with that app. You're just trying to build something that's going to be useful for you and help you retain information. KP says, does that mean I shouldn't feel bad about eating a lot? Because I have a big brain processor. As long as you're feeding it with the right nutrients, then yes, that's fine. Oh, and thank you for sharing that, Silly, as well. Python projects. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, so check out that page if you want some inspiration. Yeah, Fafin, we were actually just talking about that. You can write Python in Excel. Yep, and yeah, you can download stuff into Excel super easily, and then you can just manipulate it directly using Python. So stuff like, talking about you being an electrician, stuff like customer records, stuff like payment records or travel time records, stuff like that. Dump it in Excel and then just whip it up with Python. Yep. And also the mistake that I made, as Silly mentioned, was tutorial hell. So doing a course just to do it. right? Without a clear understanding of what I was doing or why, just doing a course just to do it, right? Like we're doing this course and this is, this is a course, right? But at every turn, we're stopping and we're doing exercises and we have an end goal in mind, or at least I do. Like I'm learning this for a reason. I have a project that I want to apply some Python to. And I've actually, even just after like 2 lessons, I took the very little Python that I knew and I used it for a work project. What I needed to do was get every single possible American holiday and load it into a table. So every possible American holiday and its date from now until 2050. So, and before I started learning Python, I was looking around like online, I was looking for like an online holiday database, and I was going to have to like do a bunch of copying and pasting and junk in Excel or a bunch of custom logic. And I was like, oh, this sucks. But it turns out Python has a holiday library. And so not only was I able to get every single holiday by just looping through that holiday library for that, date range, I was also even able to format the return statement into insert statements that I could just put directly into a SQL table. So I was able to not only get what I wanted, I was able to format the output in such a way that all I had to do was copy and paste and run it into a SQL table. So super helpful, right? So we're talking about, if you're going to do a course, that's fine, but have an end goal in mind and apply what you're learning. Yeah, Pi-hole, Pi-hole your digital devices to eat commercials. Absolutely. Yeah, and you can, even if you're just learning a language to build mods for Skyrim, right? That's still an application. Even if you're just learning something, to build a Skyrim mod, that's fine too. Yeah, Python and Excel is wild, I know. I wonder how long it'll take until somebody makes an Excel backend app. People have already done that. There are companies that use Excel as their database, which you should not do. Nobody should use Excel as a database, but there are companies that are entirely powered by like a spreadsheet with like, 60 million rows or something. Don't do that, but it happens. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, let's take a break, folks. Fantastic question, though. Really love it. Thank you for asking that. It's a question because it's a question that it's happened to all of us at some point, right? You think, oh, this is super cool, or you watch a super cool documentary and you're like, oh my gosh, this changed my life. You read a self-help book and you're like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing ever. I'm gonna remember this forever, and then you never use it again, and your brain just goes bye, right? Your brain just gets rid of it. So like I mentioned, I listen to a lot of documentaries. I watch a lot of documentaries. The amount of information I actually retain is, probably 2%, just because it's not stuff that I'm ever going to use again. It's just interesting in the moment. And so if you really want to retain something, application and repetition are your friends. Microsoft Access. No, don't use Access. Oh man, that brings me back. That was the first database I ever worked with, was Microsoft Access. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. There's plenty of wonderful open source free database solutions out there. You can just build your own. Supabase is your friend. If you need a database for your project, just use Supabase. It's fine. That's gonna get you an actual database. Yeah, SQLite, Supabase. Yeah, I would go with a relational database. Something like Supabase is nice because it gives you a GUI that you can interact. So you don't even have to know SQL. You can interact with your data with a GUI, and it's pretty easy. I would recommend learning a little bit of SQL, but if you don't want to or can't, don't have time, you can just interact with the GUI instead. Joe Plays, thank you so much for the follow as well, by the way. All right, we got to take a break, folks. 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to actually do some exercises and test our knowledge a little bit. Yeah. All right. 5 minutes, folks. See you back here shortly. And we're going to do that. We're going to do the application part of our learning process. So that's half of it, right? Application and repetition. We're going to do the application part. Yeah, get hydrated, get up and stretch. Don't sit. If you've been sitting this whole time and you didn't get up during the first break, you better get up now. Don't get a leg blood clot in your leg or anything. All right, be right back. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure you're staying hydrated, make sure you're stretching, and pet your cats, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, welcome back, folks. But real quick, before we get to the exercises, just a couple quick tips on debugging. So if you're working with dictionaries or really working with large files or large data in general, these are just sort of great general tips. And so I'm just going to go over them really quickly. If you're working with a large data set, the best thing you can do for yourself is work with a subset of that data. So this is something we do a lot in SQL. Is if we're running a large query, we might just say, we're testing a certain condition or something like that. Instead of dealing with the entire table, which might have, 60 million rows in it, just give me the first 10 rows, right? I just want to look at those. I want to see if my query is pulling back what I want at all before I go and query, all 60 million rows, right? And it might take a long time to finish or whatever. So first thing you can do, scale down the input. If your program reads a text file, start with maybe just the first 10 lines or with a small example. You can modify the program, so maybe it only reads the first n lines. Again, this is a really common thing to do in SQL. And so, any data analytics you're doing, check it with a subset first, with a test case, and then expand it out to the actual data set. Exactly. Strain said, you're going to get a visit from your IT people if you're constantly querying a full million entry database. Now, in the data that I'm working with, we're doing multi-million row queries every day, but especially if you're working with a smaller, data environment, yeah, you're going to be using up resources that might cause effects on other people who are also trying to access those resources. So you want to make sure that your query is accurate before you go and grab the whole thing. Yep. Scale down the input, check your summaries, right? Maybe instead of printing out the entire data set, just print a summary of the data. Again, this is another thing that we do in SQL all the time. Before we try to return all the columns of a table, maybe we're going to check and see, okay, how many rows is this query even going to return, right? Do I need all these rows? Is this the right count of rows to return? Is this what I'm expecting, right? Because let's say I'm looking for someone with a very specific name, right? If I run my query and it returns 150 records, that's probably not right. I would expect to see maybe 1 or 2 records, maybe 2 people with that same name. If it returns 150, maybe I have something wrong with my query, right? So before I run the whole query itself, I'm just going to do a count and sanity check myself a little bit. So sometimes you can also have error handling in your code. So if you're computing an average, you could also check that the result is not greater than the largest element in the list or less than the smallest, because that's impossible for an average, right? This is called a sanity check because it detects results that are completely illogical. Another type of check compares the results of 2 different computations to see if they are consistent. This is called a consistency check. So you could run your script in performing the same operation 2 different ways and see if you get the same result. If you don't, then likely one of them is wrong, and so you need to discover, okay, which one is wrong? Is there a better method? What am I doing wrong here? And then you can be kind to yourself when you're printing the output, just to make sure that it's readable. So you understand what's going on. All right. So with that in mind, let's do an exercise. And what we're going to do here is these exercises kind of, my sanity checks really pass the consistency checks. So these exercises kind of build on each other. So we're going to do exercises 2 and 3. And then for exercise 4, we're going to put that in the auto grader. That's going to be like the one that's going to self-check us to make sure we've done it properly. So we're going to do exercises 2, 3, and 4. All right. Write a program that categorizes each mail message by which day of the week the commit was done. To do this, look for lines that start with from, then look for the third word and keep a running count of the days of the week. At the end of the program, print out the contents of your dictionary. Order does not matter. Yeah, exactly. As Bitstone said, okay, so I would delete a single user. Just a small query should work. And then, 1,432 rows affected. Yeah, exactly. So in SQL, one of the most common things that we do is if you're ever running a destructive query, and it's going to be the same in Python, right? Let's say that you want to modify a list. and you're targeting very specific data in that list or data in that dictionary. You should always, before you run anything that's mutative or destructive, before you run an update or a delete, or before you're, mutating data in any way, always do a count first to make sure that matches your expectations of how many values or rows or whatever you're going to actually be affecting before you actually run that destructive or mutative operation. Okay? Yeah, exactly. It looks like you missed your where clause. Yeah, these are all SQL concepts, but they're equally applicable to Python in this case. So, if you're looping through data and you're checking for certain conditions, and then maybe destroying that data or modifying that data, maybe do a count first before you actually do the modify, just to see how many rows you're actually going to be messing with, or how many lines you're actually going to be messing with. But it's the same principle in SQL. All right. Okay. So day of the week, the commit was done. We're looking for lines to start with from. Then looked for the third word and keep a running count of each of the days of the week. So we've got a sample line here, and this is exactly the same file we were working with last week. So we actually have some starter code here that we can modify. That's why I have this pulled up on my right-hand screen here. So we can use this as a starter, and then we're going to jump off and modify it from a list to a dictionary. All right, so sample execution, we're going to want to enter a file name, and then we're going to want to return this dictionary of days of the week with the count of how many times that day of the week occurred in the file. So we should be able to use some of this. We can use this intro part to open the file. We can open the file. We're going to have a counter, but we're going to, instead of a counter, just a counter, we're going to have a dictionary here. We're going to loop through the file. We're going to split it out. And we're going to look for the first word being from. So we should be able to keep most of this, but I am going to go back up here into the text, and I'm going to grab, because we can use some of this code that was put in place here. So we want to grab, so we're for the line, we're going to split it out into the words, and then we want to add the third word and increment our counter. All right, so essentially we're going to say, if I'm going to take this part, I'm going to copy this. First word is from, and you all can see that, right? Okay, good. It's still on my screen. Okay, perfect. So first word is from, and instead of doing this part, we're going to say, I'm going to have a dictionary called counts equals an empty dictionary. We're going to start with that. And we're splitting our line out into words. And we essentially want to say, so this is a list of all the words on the line split out into the individual words. So this is a list, line.split. And we don't need to loop through each individual word. We just want to get the third word, which is at index 2. So I don't know if I can do that. I might need to put it into a separate variable first. I'm not sure if that'll work. We'll see. So do this. Is that legal? Words too? I don't know if it is or not. We'll see. Dan finally showed up. Oh no, we're past lists already. We did lists last week, Dan. You were there for it. We're doing dictionary. We did dictionaries. That's what you've been looking for, right? This whole time you've been waiting for it. We were like, I wish Dan, earlier in the stream, we were like, I wish Dan was here. They're missing it. And yeah, you missed it, man. You're here for list comprehensions. All right. So essentially what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, check the second word. So first off, see if the first word in the list is from. If it is from, then we go in and we parse it further. If it's not, then we just go on to the next loop. All right. Now, if the first word in the line is from, then we check and see if the word at index 2, so the third word, is not already in our dictionary. Then we set that word as a key value and set the value at that key to 1. Otherwise, we take the existing value and we increment it by 1. And then what do we want to do? What did they ask for at the end? It said, at the end of the program, print out the contents of your dictionary. Order does not matter. Okay, so in the end, we just want to print the dictionary. All right, let's see if this works. I don't know. I feel like I'm, playing fast and loose with my with this here, but it might work. Let's see. Okay. Faffin says, silly question. If you removed an entry from a database or a row, does it require a reindex of the table? Or does it just mark the entry as deleted, similar to the way deleting items on your hard drive just marks the file as deleted, so its blocks are available to be overwritten? That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how a database in memory, treats a deleted row. I don't have to delete rows very often. I will say that it's not something we generally do. We generally use either do like full table truncations and then reload the data fresh, or we'll do history tracking. So we don't ever delete a row. We just mark it as obsolete, and then we add a new row that's marked as the current row. So yeah, deletion is not really something we do. That's a great question. I like that. I'll have to think about that one. I don't know. Soft deletes, yeah. All right, so let's try this. Let's see what happens. So I've saved it, and I'm going to say let's see. I'm going to quit the interpreter here. Py email parse.py. Okay, we're gonna enter file name, and I don't have to enter one here because if the length is less than 1, it's just gonna grab the file I want. So do that. Hey, look, check that out. We did it. Hey. Woo. Yeah. So order does not matter. So Saturday 1, Thursday 6, Friday 20. First try. Yeah. Data goes in, never comes out. It's the way of things these days. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Yeah, history tracking is often what our customers want in terms of our data structures. Many of them are history tracking in terms that, a record might change, but we keep the old record. And then it's actually called a type 1. It's the Kimball modeling. If you get into database architecture, it's called a type 1 structure. So where history is kept. Yes, and we could convert this to use the get method. Absolutely null recall. Yep. So now that I know that this works, we should be able to use the get method to simplify it down into a one-liner. So I'm going to go back up to look at that. So this is kind of the more brute force. I wouldn't say brute force, but the less elegant method, right? So let's go back, just because I don't know the syntax off the top of my head just yet. We're going to go back up here to the get method. So if word not in counts, I'm going to do, say, counts words 2, and we'll say counts dot get. We're going to check inside of our dictionary to say, all right, is this value already in our dictionary? If it isn't, return 0. Otherwise, grab the existing value and add 1 to it. So this should also work. All right, let's try it. Hooray. Wait, nope, didn't work. Hang on. Let's see. So Saturday, Friday, Thursday. That. and counts. Get that value. Plus 1 to it. So for each value, word is not in counts. Oh, wait, hang on. No. Yeah, we should just be able to do this, right? Yeah, that should be it. There. Yeah, that worked. All right. So yes, exactly. As null recall says, do you need the second if? No, we don't. So we were able to just simplify this down from 4 lines on that check down to 1, right? So if you weren't around for earlier in the stream when we went over this get method, essentially what this is doing is it is saying, all right, for every entry in our dictionary, first, we're going to check and see if it already exists. If it does exist, we're going to fetch the value at that location. So let's say we've already encountered a word. Let's say we've already encountered Friday 10 times. It's going to fetch that existing value, which is 10, and it's going to add 1 to it. So our new entry for that Friday key is going to be 11. So this is now going to be 11. However, if it doesn't already exist, our default value that gets returned instead is going to be 0. So it can't find it, it's going to return 0. And so that means we initialize that key value pair with the key being the day and the value being 1. Okay? So this is just a slick one-liner. It's maybe a little bit harder to read, especially if you're not familiar with the get method. So that's why we brute forced it first. So we brute forced it first just to show what we were trying to do, but this is a very useful method that can do everything that if-else statement did and condense it down to a single line. Okay? So, any questions on this one? If you're like, hey, I don't get it, what's happening here? That's a perfectly valid question. I can walk through it. But any questions on this one before we move on? All right, well, feel free to ask at any point. Bitstone says, why are the variable names so short? Yeah, this is kind of copying the syntax of what's in the examples, but yeah, in general, I prefer to have, longer variable names that are more descriptive. Just, because it's easier to understand. If you're just coming in off the street looking at this, especially if you're working in a group, more descriptive variable names are going to be helpful for your fellow team members, certainly. Sims says, are part 1 through 6 on YouTube? Not yet, but they will be next week. I've already got them moved over to YouTube. So, the hard part of exporting from Twitch, I just need to publish them, and I'm going to publish them in a batch next week because I won't be streaming. So, yeah, I'll publish them to YouTube next week, and I will put out a post on, I'll put on a post on, Blue Sky, and Twitter, but mainly Blue Sky. I'll put on a post of Blue Sky, that will tell you all when I've done that. So if you don't already follow me on Blue Sky, please go do that. You can search for Mayan Wolf, exactly my same name here. Please follow me on Blue Sky. Spoiler alert, I'm going to be getting rid of my Twitter account at some point. I don't have a set date yet. I'm waiting to build up some more steam on Blue Sky first, but my Twitter account will be going away. So if you want to stay up to date, on all my social media stuff, you're going to need to follow me on Blue Sky. You're screaming snake case. You did shit last week? Yeah. So, and a lot of folks have already done so. I have been dragging my feet a little bit just because the majority of my followers are still on Twitter. But I am the end is nigh. So if you want to stay in touch with me, you're going to have to move over to Blue Sky and follow me there. Okay. Also, if you are in 100 Devs, I have a specific, I made a feed specifically for 100 Devs content that you can subscribe to on Blue Sky. So you will see anything that's tagged with hashtag 100 Devs or just 100 Devs, the keyword, or anything that mentions Leon Noel. You will see that in this 100 Devs feed. So if you want to stay, if you're in 100 Devs or 100 Devs adjacent and you want to just have a feed of 100 Devs content, you can subscribe to that. I've got a link to it on my profile, or you can just search for 100 devs, like lowercase, in the feed search thing and follow the feed. Yeah, exactly, KP. All right, let's go on to the next exercise, folks. All right, exercise 3. Write a program to read through a mail log, build a histogram using a dictionary to count how many messages have come from each email address, and print the dictionary. Okay, so we should just be able to modify our existing code here once again. Again, we're doing that repetition, right? We're repeating these concepts over and over again. So looking at the format here, I can see that the email address is the second word. So we should just be able to change this from the third word to the second word. So the word at index 1 is going to be the second word, and this should give us a different dictionary of counts by email address. So let's try that. Okay. Yep. So there we go. This is a dictionary of counts by email address. If I drag it over a little bit, you can see it. And we've got like a value of 3 there, so that shows that it's actually doing the counts. Let's check it against the answer here. Let's see, media. Oh, it's by, wait, is that right? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. All right, Lewis at media.berkeley, that's 3. Quen, or I don't know how you say that, Swen at IUPUI, 5. What does that say? Yep, 5. That's that one. So yeah, looks like that's all we needed to do. We just needed to change the word we were looking for by its index value, and that gave us the answer. RDT says, I keep forgetting to make an account for Blue Sky. It's really easy to do, very simple. And the nice thing is that once you get into Blue Sky, you can immediately start following people and subscribing to feeds with content that you like. So I like Blue Sky a lot so far because I can really curate my feed down to only the content that I care about, right? Like coding stuff, women in tech type stuff, specific people that I want to pay attention to, rather than having, Twitter shoving things that it thinks I will like in my face, right? It's like, I think you'll like this. You can say, no, these are genuinely the things that I'm interested in. Show me these things, right? So that's a nice thing about Blue Sky, is that you can really curate what you see and how much of it you see. And if there's certain things or people that you don't want to see, you can switch those off. Yeah, exactly. Twitter doesn't think you'll like this. They think you'll engage with this. Yeah. So it's algorithmically curated for engagement. Whereas Blue Sky, you are curating your own you're curating your own lists. You're curating your own feed. So it puts you in the driver's seat in terms of what you see and what you don't see, which is nice. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Martella. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Martella, thank you for the follow. Joe Plays. DiazTech00, thank you for the follow. And OX5 with a bunch of numbers, thank you for the follow as well. All right, let's do the next one. Exercise 4. Add code to the above program to figure out who has the most messages in the file. After all the data has been read and the dictionary has been created, look through the dictionary using a maximum loop to find who has the most messages and print how many messages the person has. So we should be able to do this using the kind of using the same principle that they used up above, I'm assuming, where we create a list of the counts, right? So we just grab the values and we create a list of those and we sort it, and then we look back, we do a look back against the dictionary to get the key value pair, I'm guessing. Yeah. Because yeah, it's just wanting the email address and then the max count. Or would we even have to do that, I wonder? Think about that. All right, anyway, yeah, I don't think we'd even have to do that, go that far necessarily. Because in the example that was used earlier in the text, it was sorting by keys, right? So if we just want to sort by values, which is just the count is the value, then we don't even need to do that. We don't need to put it out into a separate list first. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. All right, so we're wanting the email address, which we already have from this exercise. So we've got that. So we've created our dictionary. And then we essentially want to, so after we create the dictionary, we want to leave the loop. And then we want to say, yeah, we just need to keep track of the max and min, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Because it's the count, not the key. So we can already access it in dictionary form. We don't need to do anything special to it. So essentially we're going to say then for, how do I want to say this? For, I don't know, val in counts, we essentially want to say counts val. We're going to want to have a storage value, right? We're going to want to have a storage value. So we'll say, what do I call this variable? Max email count, something like that. I'm terrible at naming variables too. Max email count. Let's see. Well, no, I don't even think I need that, right? Think about this. That should be named MEC. Yeah, right? No, let's not do that. Let me think about this. Okay, so for val counts, I want to check, essentially I want to compare, I am going to need some kind of a storage variable. Yeah, I'm going to need some kind of a storage variable. I guess I'm going to need, at minimum, I'm going to need to store, probably going to need to store the key, right? Yeah, I'm going to need to store the key. So let's see, how do I get that? How do I grab the key? I forget. Oh, I can loop. Okay, so for key. Yeah, all right. So I want to do something like this. For key in counts. For key in counts. We don't want to print every single one. We just want to keep track of it. So I am going to need a storage variable. So we'll say, we'll call it max key, I guess. And then we'll just look it up against the, relook it up against the dictionary. So max key equals empty string. For key in counts, let's see, for key in counts, if the value at that location is greater than the current value in max key, then we replace it. Otherwise, we leave it the same, right? Sound okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. This is just the direction I'm going in. So for key in counts, if counts key is greater than, or yeah, if it's equal to, it's, I'm assuming we're not going to have any values that are identical. I'm assuming there's going to be one maximum. I might be wrong about that, but if counts key is greater than counts max key, then we want to set max key equal to the current key. Otherwise, we leave it as is. And I forgot my colon. Yes? So we loop through each one, we do the comparison. If it's greater than, we reset it. Otherwise, we leave it alone. And then when we're done, after we're done looping through, we want to print the value in counts, whatever that max key. So essentially we want to print, we want to print the key and the value there. So we want to print the value of max key, and we want to print the value at the location of the max key. Yes? Well, I don't want to compare with max key itself. I don't want to compare the key values because those are strings. I want to compare the value at that location in the dictionary. So I've already captured the count of the emails, but I want to compare. So these are dictionary locations. So I'm saying, all right, we're looping through every single key in our dictionary and retrieving the value, so the count at that location. So how many emails came from this one particular email address? And I want to compare it against the current maximum value of emails coming from that particular email address. So this value here and this value, these are strings. They aren't numbers. So I need to grab the numeric value at these dictionary locations and compare those. And then if the count from that email address is greater, then I want to replace our max key with the current key. And then when we're done, I need to print both the max key value and the number of emails that came from that address. Yeah. So we'll see if this works. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not totally confident in this, but that's why we test things out, right? So drag this back over. Let's see what happens. That's the best way to test stuff, right? All right. File name, print that. Okay. All right. So, I didn't save it. How many times have you, chat, how many times have you run something without saving it first and then you get the thing that you did before? Is that just something that happens to me, or does that happen to everybody? You make a change to something and then you rerun it? Is it just me? Nobody's saying anything. That makes me feel weird. Okay. So, I bet it's because it's screwed up on the, we're judging you. Yeah. Control S and Shift Alt F is already in my muscle memory after every change. We're judging you. Nice. You all are wonderful, enlightened beings who never forget to save. I see what you're saying. All right, I think I know why it doesn't like this. So we're starting with a key value that doesn't exist, I think, in the thing. So what we want to do actually is probably a get. So counts.get, and then we pass in the max key. Yeah. So we want to do counts.get. Sometimes I do about 10 times without, while thinking about the change. Constantly with learning Python recently, .NET and Visual Studio saves. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Visual Studio has few more protections. Yeah, I've done the same thing working with .NET and Visual Studio. Yeah, it has few more protections in that regard, definitely. Hey, Diaztec, welcome. Oh, nice. That's clever. No, I should do that. All right, so I think what we should do is we know that max key needs it. I want to give max key. So essentially, I want to give this a default value of 0. So if we're on our first loop, I don't want this to error out. So I want to say counts.get pass in the max key, and if it can't find it, if it can't find that value, then just return 0. Yeah. So let's try this instead. That should take care of, theoretically, that should take care of what's going on here. Hey, it worked. First try, right? Second try. Yeah. We got it, chat. Woo. Yes, and you can activate autosave. I actually don't use a lot of those extra settings, like those convenience settings in VS Code, just because if I ever have to encounter a situation where like I can't use VS Code, the same thing with like NodeMon, if I'm running like a full stack app, I don't use NodeMon. I don't use a lot of those auto settings just because I won't remember them if I have to encounter a situation like a job interview where I don't have those options. So I don't know. It's a personal preference. Hey, Kylando, welcome. But yeah, I think we got it, chat. I think we did it. Let's double check that that's the right answer. But I think this is it, chat. Yeah, we did it. Nice. Oh, you did this course? That's awesome. Yeah, I love it so far. So what did we do here, chat? So I initialized max key with an empty string, but the problem with that is that it essentially that empty string value doesn't exist in our dictionary, right? There is no, key value that's just an empty string. So if I try to look up that value directly on our first loop through the dictionary, it's going to error out, which is what we saw the first time, right? Couldn't retrieve this value because it doesn't exist. Max key is an empty string. It doesn't exist in our dictionary. There's nothing to compare. So what I had to do instead was say, hey, on the first loop, do a fetch of the key value. And if it doesn't exist, which it won't on our first loop, return 0. And so in that case, on our first loop, it's going to reassign max key to whatever value we're looping through. And so that way on each subsequent loop, this comparison is going to be successful. We're always going to have a valid key value to compare against, and it's always going to work. And so in the end, we're going to end up with whatever the maximum value was. Oh, you did the Postgres for Everyone course. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to look at that one. Bit says, but what if one of the email addresses would error out and only be inserted as empty string into the data? Then we wouldn't have to do this at all, because max key is already set to empty string. And so we could do that check. Well, I guess, no, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We could add another check here to say, are there any empty strings? Like, are there any empty key values in the data? I don't think there would be, just based on the way that we are parsing the line. So if we go back a little bit farther, we're saying, all right, for each line, we're splitting it out into individual words. So none of these are going to be empty, right? Because we're splitting it into individual words, which won't allow for an empty string. And we're also getting rid of, any empty lines, because we're only checking for the ones with a from value. So at minimum, what you might get, for example, let's say that if we're looking at one of the example lines here, let's just do a thought experiment here and say, okay, what if this was blank, right? What if there was no email address here? Well, it would go on to the next character, which is Saturday. And so when we create our dictionary and we're grabbing the second word on the line, it might say the word Saturday instead of an email address, but it would still have a value in the dictionary. So I think we'd be fine either way. It might not be correct, but it would at least return a value. Yeah. Yep. So I think we'd still be okay either way. But yeah, it's, those are the types of things you can encounter, right? The types of things you have to cleanse for or provide additional sanitization. Like, for example, we could have an additional check that, checks to make sure that the string has an @ sign in it, right? Is it an email address? Does it have an @ sign and a dot? Because that's the only thing that makes a valid email address, is an @ sign and a dot. So we could have some regex in there that says, if the line starts with from, and the second word has an @ sign and a dot, then add it to the dictionary. Yeah, exactly. Regex would be probably the best solution for this, which we're actually going to cover, I think, a couple weeks from now. Yeah. Brentobox, thank you so much for the follow. Great username, by the way. Good to have you here. All right, so actually, I think we just did the autograder exercise like by hand, which, I mean, go us. So yeah, actually, let's do the autograder. So exercise 9.4. Yeah, we already did it. We can just copy and paste this sucker in. So let's make sure it's the same though. It's looking for from lines and takes the second word of the lines as the person who sent the mail. Creates a Python dictionary, maps the sender's email address, the number of times they appear in the file. After it's produced, max loop to find the most prolific committer. Yeah, I think we already did it. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to put it in here and I'm going to run it. Leave that blank. Yeah, boy. We crushed it, chat. We didn't even need that silly starter code that they give us. We just did it by hand from scratch. Darn right. All right. Good job, chat. Okay, what we're gonna do now is so we've done this. We're gonna save the quiz for next time. It's actually gonna be 2 weeks from now, probably, because next week is Thanksgiving. So we should definitely save this quiz and not do it right now. We should do it at the start of the next stream, because that's really gonna test our knowledge and how much we remember, especially over a period of time. So once again, it's about repetition and application, and so delaying the quiz to the start of the next stream is what's really going to make sure that that data is accessible and it's going to stick in our brains. So we're not going to do the quiz right now, but any other questions before we go to any other questions related to the lesson before we kind of go into our little free-for-all discussion zone? We always like to do take a few minutes at the end of every stream to just talk about whatever, right? Talk about anything, any questions, topics, things we want to talk about. But before we do that, any questions on the exercise we just did? So it's okay to say, I don't understand what's happening here. And we can definitely walk through it again if we need to. The question was, will the code work with counts equals just bracket instead of dict? Let's try it. So like this, we can easily test that. Kylano says, I've missed a lot of the classes, but going to be catching up. Yeah, no worries. Most of them should actually still be available right here on Twitch. You don't have to wait for me to publish them to YouTube. I think they might still all be just accessible here on the videos tab of Twitch. I don't think any of them have actually expired yet. The first one might have just expired today, but you can check and see. All right, let's do this. Yep, so just setting it as an empty bracket worked just fine. Yeah, so we don't necessarily have to explicitly declare it as a dictionary. We can just declare it as empty brackets, kind of like you would for, an array, like so. So yeah, we can just do that. I actually like that better. To me, that's more intuitive. It quickly tells you exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah, cool, indeed. Yep, thanks for suggesting that. Anything else, folks? All right, let's open up the floor. Anybody have anything they want to ask about or talk about, ask chat about, ask me about, any topics that we want to discuss? If you have general questions about coding or how to learn to code or languages or working as a developer or interviewing or the job market or anything like that, feel free to ask. This is an open zone for that type of discussion. Any burning questions? I'm going to hydrate here. You'd ask about SQL? Okay, what's your question? Oh, Madeline. Oh, amazing. You started a foster again. That's great. Madeline and I also both have history as fostering kittens for Humane Society. So it's awesome you're doing that again. Yay, incoming kitties. Yeah, I'm hoping to get back to it soon as well. I've had some life stuff that's kind of prevented me from doing that for a while, but love to get back into the game here at some point. KP says about Anki Deck, how do you sync to update your phone Anki Deck with your PC deck? That would be a question for chat, I think. Chat, do you have any? I know that you can do it, and I remember I haven't tried to use both in a long time, but I know it's possible to do. So chat, if you have any suggestions on that particular question, syncing Anki between phone and PC, KP is asking that question, so feel free to pop it into chat. Kai says, the job market is scary at the moment. I'm trying to land a data analyst role, but no dice so far. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like I say, I started my career in data analytics. I was a data analyst for many years. Still love it. And I was able to just stumble my way into multiple data analyst jobs just a few years ago. One interview, first application, immediate callback, and, job, right? And that's just not the case anymore. It's just not the way things are at the moment in tech jobs and in analytics jobs, because, companies are so eager to source things out to AI. But I think we are going to see a rebound. I mean, this is just me guessing. I do think we're going to see a rebound at some point, just given that AI is all these AI tools are basically like an Ouroboros, right? They're eating their own tail in terms of as these models get more complex, they're going to need more and more data cleansing, more and more data analytics. I do think we're going to see a rebound just in terms of the sheer amount of consumption that these AI models need in order to function. It means generating more data and cleansing more data and analyzing more data. And I don't know, it just seems like they're both going to increase it's going to increase the sheer volume of jobs needed to parse that incoming data into those models. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm definitely not denying that there is currently a shortage, a bit of a drought in terms of the availability and competition of those types of jobs. So the best thing that you can do for yourself is, make yourself stand out in a particular way. Know Python, understand Python, know how to write SQL queries. The better proficiencies you have, the more roles you're able to fill, right? Get good at Excel. If you're going for data analytics, you should be a pro at Excel. You should know Python, you should know SQL, maybe even other languages like SAS, right? Some of that, just diversify yourself as much as you can. That's so exciting, Madeline. Yeah. Aztec says, can I find any SQL problems like with multiple nested queries, or is it better to invent them in my own DB? You can go to sites like LeetCode or Code Wars if you want if you want test problems to test yourself. Yeah, Code Wars and LeetCode both have SQL categories. I've done a few of them. So I mean, if you're looking for challenge problems, check it out on Code Wars or LeetCode. Yeah, exactly, Madeline. I got burnt out as well. And I had some other stuff that, happened too. It just made it not possible. So yeah, it definitely wears you down after a while, not sleeping, working with tiny bottle babies that need to be fed every 2 hours. Like you just can't go that long, without proper sleep. And, as rewarding as it is, it's can get pretty tough. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, older seniors would be nice. Yeah, definitely. Kai says, my niece adopted a kitten that was a stray. Turns out she had parvo. After nursing, she passed away. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is it recommended to wait a while before adopting another cat? Someone says parvo lingers on surfaces. It does. I would ask a vet about that. I'm not a vet. I do not have animal medicine training. I don't feel comfortable to speak to that specifically, but I know that parvo does linger. A lot of the times animals with parvo are quarantined to a special care, to a special area in vet offices for that very reason. So I would suggest talking to a veterinarian directly and asking them how long you should wait. Or you could, call a vet helpline if you can't afford, to go to a vet and ask them. You could call a vet helpline, and get that information from them so you can have a professional opinion. Or, what what cleaning products you should use or that sort of thing. Marvel says, how do you motivate yourself every day to come back home and continue coding every day after a job and continue building your code knowledge? Yeah, that's a great question. And I mean, that's what I've been doing for the past, how long has it been? The past almost 3 years. That's basically what I've been doing. And my secret is that I make it easy on myself. I make it fun. Every day at work, I code in SQL. Right? I do SQL code every day at work. You'll notice most of what I do here on stream is not SQL. It's Python, it's React, it's JavaScript, MongoDB. It's, other things that are interesting to me, other problems I want to solve. So I don't, grind the same thing. I don't grind the same thing constantly over and over and over again, because that just wears you down. But by adding some variety, by adding some fun, here on stream, I'm not building, an app that I can market, right? I'm building the silliest imaginable products. I'm building a dog generator. I'm building Minesweeper, I'm building fun stuff, silly stuff, because it's recreational, it's fun, it's amusing. And that's how you keep yourself motivated, is you make it easy on yourself by giving yourself the reward of doing something fun. It's still coding, but it's fun. I'm doing that learning in an outlet that's fun for me as well. I love being on here and teaching and talking to you all. And that's fun for me too. It's a genuine reward. And so motivation is, brought about by pleasure, by making yourself happy, by rewarding yourself. And so find a way to make coding rewarding for you. So maybe it's working on, developing a game. Maybe it's building a Skyrim mod, right? Maybe if you like, maybe if you like World of Warcraft, maybe you start learning how to build a database of World of Warcraft stats, right? Just find a way to make it entertaining for yourself, and then that's going to make it easy, because all the motivation in the world is not going to make you successful long term if you're just hating it the entire time. All it's going to do is just burn you out faster. So yeah, you have to be really careful about that balance. Brento Box says, seems like some expertise using AI will be a valuable skill. Yes, you should absolutely know how to use common AI tools. You should know how to put prompts into ChatGPT. You should know how to use Copilot. Just know how to make it deliver what you want. And yeah, that knowing how to do basic prompt engineering is going to be hugely helpful. I use ChatGPT all the time. Use it to correct my SQL queries. I use it to help me format stuff. Just the grunt work, the annoying stuff. I use ChatGPT to help me with it. Yeah, you're learning Kai says they're learning Tableau and Power BI. That's perfect. Do that. Yeah, those tools are huge, way in demand. My next thing, my next work advancement thing that I want to do is learn Tableau. I don't currently know Tableau, but I absolutely want to learn it. Even as a data engineer, I don't normally work with like reporting stuff, but still, regardless, it's just another tool in the tool belt, right? Oh, Sylvie, thank you for sharing some additional SQL resources there. Yeah. Yeah, Silly said, find things that are fun to you. Avoid tutorial hell. Yeah, you should never be doing a tutorial just to do it. You should always have an application in mind, or a fun, something fun that you want to get out of that tutorial. So it's fine. Tutorials are fine to do. People are always like, oh, should I never do tutorials? No, tutorials are fine, but you need to have an end goal in mind. And the end goal can't be just to finish the tutorial. Your end goal should be either I want to take these skills and apply them to a project, or I want to take the tutorial results and modify it to show that I really understood what I learned, right? Maybe you're adding a feature, or you're, changing the UI, or just something. You have to apply it in some way. Yeah, or you could even do something, build something, physical out of it too. You're learning to code. You're learning, you want to make a clock in Raspberry Pi, or you want to, build some home automation stuff, right? One thing I was just thinking about is, wouldn't it be cool if I could learn how to program something like I just bought a standing desk, right? And it's got those like buttons on the front, so you can push, to set like you can set certain heights, and then you push the button and it goes to that height. And so I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if I had a little widget that would automatically like click those buttons, like just it has a little finger, and it would like click those buttons at certain times to like automatically raise and lower the desk, right? It would keep track of time for me. And then at certain times during the day, like during the work day, it would go click and it would switch my desk height for me. So I didn't have to remember to do it, to kind of keep going up and down. So, I mean, that was just something I thought of, like, wouldn't that be cool if I could learn how to do that? And I probably could. So maybe that's the next thing I'll do is learn how to build a little, physical little goober that could, handle that task for me. Marvel says, unfortunately, I'm in college and still doing school stuff. The mind is really exhausted doing shitty code that I cannot explore ways to do or create solutions to problems that I encounter. Yeah, and that's kind of when you can find alternative ways to learn. So, for example, look, I took coding. I took a coding class in college. I know exactly what you're talking about. It sucks. You're building, you're building stuff that just has no practical application, or you're learning theories or proofs or things that you're just like, oh, this sucks, right? And so sometimes you gotta make your own fun. And so you could consider a course like this, where you're immediately applying stuff. Like, it's still learning, you're still having to take in information, but you can learn at your own pace. You can immediately apply it to real world stuff. and try to make it, try to learn in a different language or genre than what you're learning during the school day. So yeah, maybe you still got to learn Java or C or whatever. I don't know, whatever you're learning in your school courses, but by night you're learning Python and you're building, something in Raspberry Pi. And so just try to give yourself some variety and some application. So you don't have to be applying the stuff you learned during the day, especially if you're just not physically able to do it. Try maybe learning a different language at night and take a course like this that's immediately practically can immediately give you some practical benefit. That would be my biggest recommendation. Or you could even try playing some coding games. Flexbox Zombies, or what was that other game that somebody suggested earlier? Pi something. There's a Python game somebody suggested earlier. So you could try making it fun that way as well. Playing some coding games, or to me, those aren't as good as actually working on a passion project. But I mean, hey, you can do what you have the bandwidth for, right? Yeah, and you can also find a community. So you can, if you need coding motivation, there's lots of wonderful positive communities on Blue Sky where you can talk to developers, see what kind of skills they're looking for, ask about projects. Somebody earlier in chat, if they're still around, they shared a list of Python projects that you can choose from, which I thought was really cool. So just a page of here's a bunch of stuff you can do with Python right now. Project ideas. So you could try one of those. Just give yourself some fun and entertainment. Oh, thank you, Silly. Yeah, so check out that list. If you're interested in Python and you just want to find a project to apply yourself to, yeah, check out that list. pythongeeks.org /Python projects. Thank you, Silly. Yeah. Yeah, I was imagine being in an online meeting and your desk goes up. Hey, the cool thing about my team at work, Silly, is that we never have our cameras on. It's the best thing ever. Nobody turns their cameras on. We're all just blank boxes in our meetings. It's great. I love it. I'm never giving that up. Yeah, nobody, it's in across our entire IT org, the whole IT department, nobody turns their cameras on. It's amazing. And it's just, nobody has to say it either. It's just an unwritten, unspoken thing where we all have this solidarity across the entire IT org that nobody uses cameras ever. And it's the best thing ever. Hey, Michael, welcome to the stream. Tariq Ed, also thank you for the follow. And Ash, thank you for the follow as well. Marvel says, I want to learn C++ and Python in an insane way. I want to learn blockchain, networking, encryption, everything that really blows my mind. And now I'm building a PHP website with a built-in API and a mobile app. Yeah, so I mean, remember that everything comes in phases, right? Everything, every journey starts with a single step, right? To be really cliched about it. You have some great ambitions, but make sure that you're pacing yourself in a way where you're taking things bit by bit. So focus on one thing first. I know you want to learn a lot of things, but pick one, start there, and learn it thoroughly. So finish your PHP website with your API and mobile app. Finish that. I mean, if that's what your passion project is right now, finish that first. Don't start on anything else. Get that done and feel that sense of satisfaction with finishing something. And then pick one other thing to learn, so pick C++ or pick Python, one or the other, and find something to do with those, and then go on to the next thing. The biggest mistake that people make is trying to do 6 things at once and not having the time or energy for any of them. Yeah. Tarkid says, what do you think about the C language in cybersecurity? I do not know C. So somebody else in chat is welcome to answer that question. I don't know C. Bitstone says we always have to turn our cameras on. Oh, that's lame. Why? I mean, what benefit does anybody get in a work meeting from seeing my face? And I don't like to, and personally, and this is nothing against my coworkers, but looking at other people makes me distracted because then I'm just looking at them and I'm are they what facial expression are they making? What are they eating? I just find myself getting distracted by other people's faces. Otherwise, if all of our cameras are off, then I can focus on the content. I can focus on what people are saying, and I can pay attention so much better. Michael says, sometimes I have the feeling that all the USA are coding and know how to code. Absolutely not. No. 100% no. Now, the US has some of the highest paid coding jobs. Just, with Silicon Valley and yes, the US is somewhat of a tech hub, but coding, knowing actually how to code is still a very small subset of the population. It's just a very visible part of the population, right? Lots of famous people who write code and build apps and, are very vocal. Like Americans are loud, right? We're just loud. I've been in other countries. Americans are really loud compared to folks in other countries. Even me, who like in my personal life, I consider myself a very quiet person, fairly shy socially. When I go to other countries, like I'm the loud American, even though I don't mean to be. And so, we're loud on social media too, right? Everybody's crowing about their coding, projects. But yeah, that's just the people that are tech savvy enough to be on social media. And those are the people that you see. So yes, only a very small subset of the population in America actually knows how to code. Yeah. And also, the tech jobs here are very competitive, right? So people are going to be loud about their accomplishments. They're going to be talking about their skills all the time because they're trying to get their next job. So it's just a very competitive field. And Diaztec says, imagine one person turning their camera on and everybody's laptop has his face on full screen. That actually happens. There is one person in our department who just automatically has their camera on, like, every time. They never ask anybody else to turn theirs on. They just put theirs on. I don't know why they do it. It's the weirdest darn thing. And like, I love them to bits. They're great, but they always have their camera on just for no particular reason. And so, yes, their face will be like maximized on everybody's screen when the meeting starts until somebody actually like shares some like content. Their face is just going to be the maximum on the screen every time. And it's really funny. It's also really distracting. Yeah, it's silly. And going back to what Marvel was asking about, what they want to learn and stuff like that. And I was saying, start with one thing, learn it thoroughly, and then go to the next thing. Because it's going to be real tempting to just try to learn 5 things at once, and you're going to fail. It's not going to work. And as Silly says, I've been in IT a long time, and learning one language well is a good stepping stone to go to another. 100%. Yes. It becomes so much easier to pick up the next one once you really know the first one. Once you have it down and natural, then you're going to really understand those patterns, and it's going to be intuitive to you. You're going to understand the underlying why of what's happening. And then you're going to be able to apply those concepts to the next language much more easily and quickly. And so it's really worth getting a thorough understanding of your first language and then going on to the next one. Okay, Madeline, I appreciate that perspective. They say, just to speak for the extroverts of the world, I actually really like seeing my coworkers' facial expressions. There's a few people who don't turn the cameras on, and I have a really hard time listening to them speak. Seeing their faces helps me take in what they're saying for some reason. No, I really appreciate that. Yeah. And that's one of those things where, that's why we have the option, I guess, right? It's going to be easier for some folks to follow cameras on and some folks to follow cameras off. For me, it's definitely cameras off because I can drill in on the actual content. But, for you, it's easier to get those facial cues to stay in touch with the tone and the nature of what's being said. So yeah, I appreciate you sharing that perspective. If anybody ever, like, if I'm in a meeting and somebody asks me to turn my camera on, then I absolutely do. But, by default, it's off. Yeah, most programming languages have similar concepts, except modern ones like Rust. Rust has some newer concept as well. Yeah, but even though, even if a language is very conceptually different, like, for example, I started out learning SQL. So SQL was my first language. I had started learning SQL just on the job way before I ever became a developer. I learned it, I was an operations manager for a production facility for a while. So I had to learn like applied SQL to do stuff on the production floor, like with the, underlying, algorithms that were running the production floor. And if you know SQL, you'll know that, SQL is extremely different from something like JavaScript, right? SQL is a declarative language. It's functionally very different from something like JavaScript. And so even with that huge difference, learning JavaScript as my second language was still much easier than learning it from scratch, because I could still apply some of the concepts, true, false, variables, key value stuff, I could even apply some of those very basic conceptual concepts from SQL to something like JavaScript, which made it easier to learn. Now, the syntax was completely different. The construction syntax, goals of using JavaScript is completely different, but I was still able to apply a lot of those concepts between those two languages. So, even if they're super, super different, it still works. It still holds. Marvel says, I'm still mentally exhausted with school, so probably will choose Python, but I really don't know where to start. Start right here with this course. I highly recommend it. It immediately allows you to apply what you're learning, which is so important. So right here, this is the link. It's free. Just do the work and do all the exercises, and you will learn Python. That's literally what we've been doing here on stream. This is part 7. And if you want to learn, if you want a little helping hand, you can learn along with us. So all my past streams on going through this course are, for now, they're right here on Twitch. I'm going to be moving them over to YouTube. I will be moving them over to YouTube, where they will be ad free. So you can watch all 7 parts. And then, catch me live in a couple weeks, and we'll be moving on to the next part. So a lot of folks find it helpful to kind of have somebody walking through the material with them. And so, check these videos on Twitch and YouTube and follow along with the course that way. Everybody learns differently, right? Some people prefer to learn just by reading and doing. Some people prefer to come to a class like this and have somebody talk through the material with them and explain some of the concepts in a different way. I don't know how you learn, but that's just another option for you. But if you want to learn Python, take this course. It's been amazing so far. I love it. It's great. Particularly because of the applications that I was talking about. The fact that you are repeating concepts, but adding new details every time, right? You're practicing old stuff while adding new stuff to it. That's how your brain makes those connections. And then you're also learning something and then immediately applying it. You're doing an exercise. You're finding a real world reason for this skill to exist, right? You're not just being told you need to remember this. You're saying, all right, this is important, and here's why. And here's how you can do something real with it, that's going to keep you engaged with the material. So take this course. Best way to learn Python. Frank says, how can I display my several language skills, my runnable examples on one web place for a potential employer by routing? Yeah, I mean, a lot of folks have their portfolio set up so that it has like visual representations of their projects, so it'll has like images, but then if you click on the image, it'll go to that project. So, you might have several like web apps running, hosted web apps, but then you still have like one central portfolio site, and you've got your project listed there as images with like a little description of it to say like, hey, here's an API that collates like baseball stats or something like that. And so that way, if like a recruiter is looking at it, they're not gonna click into it. They don't need to see anything farther than the description and what languages you used. So you could say, API baseball stats built with, Python and Node, something like that, PHP, Python, Node, and hosted in, on Supabase. But somebody who's like actually, interested in your deep skills, so like a developer, is going to then click into that, and they can go to the actual API and see what it's like. So you can have your portfolio with kind of a summary of what you've done, and then potential links. Not everybody's going to click those links, but it's going to be a good summary of your skills. And then if they want to explore deeper, they can click the link and go to the actual product. Yeah, exactly, Ukar. That's basically what I'm saying. Yep. Yeah. And creating a GitHub portfolio is also an excellent possibility to learn and train a very important soft skill for development, writing good READMEs. Yeah, writing good docs. I will admit my personal GitHub does not have good documentation, but I do actually do a lot of extensive documenting for work. I am the second most prolific documenter for work, so I will say I can write good documentation on my but on my personal portfolio, I just choose not to. I'm not really using that to advertise myself though. Um, but yeah, and so just think about and it kind of depends on what type of roles you're going for too. If you're going for more like front end design roles or even full stack roles, you might want more of like a visual portfolio. So like you know, a portfolio with a nice UI and then, linking to hosted projects that have like a, landing page. But if you're going for more of like a back end role where they aren't really going to care about that, then you can probably just link to your GitHub, repos. Oh, nice. You're going to use a LLM to create auto readmes. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's you can definitely use LLMs to generate documentation. You just need to definitely proofread it and make sure that it actually makes sense. Mm. Marvel says, a good question for someone who knows really good SQL syntax. Can you give me some examples for SQL real life examples and no SQL examples? Yeah, so I'm a SQL developer. And I use SQL, like I say, every day for work, right? And so my real life SQL examples are, and at work, I use Oracle SQL. So you may or may not know this, Marvel, but there's several different what we call like flavors of SQL. So there's Microsoft SQL, there's Oracle SQL, there's Postgres, which is probably what you may have encountered before because it's kind of the open source version of SQL. But yeah, there's several different flavors. But at work, I use Oracle SQL. And so what I do at work is I work for a university, and universities capture a ton of data. So think about, you're in university now, right? So every single time that you swipe your ID card to go into a building, that's capturing data, right? Anytime you buy a meal at the cafeteria, that's capturing data. When did you do it? How much were you charged? Did you get a receipt? All those types of things. Every time you park your car on campus, or every time pay for your books or pay for your classes, all that's capturing data. When are you going to graduate? What's your schedule look like? All that is data. And so what I do is I take in that data, which often comes from, dozens of different systems, right? You got the door swipe system, you've got the park tracking system, you've got the cafeteria cash registers, you've got the scheduling system. All that data comes in, and we use SQL to pull that data together into unified data sets that people can actually look at and get insights from, right? So you might say, a customer might be asking, we need to determine whether we need more, we need to determine whether we need more parking spots. So how many parking spots do we need on campus? Do we need to build a new parking lot? And so with that example, we would have to say, okay, well, we probably need to combine the enrollment data and the graduation data, right? Because we know how many students are coming in, how many students are coming out, along with the existing parking statistics to determine how many students have cars. So out of our student body, what percentage have cars? So we would use SQL to join those different databases together, right? In order to come up with a data set that our customers could then run analytics on. So we don't necessarily run the analytics, but we do join those things together and cleanse the data in order to give them something that they can look at and draw insights from. So I don't know if that's what you were asking for, but that's a real life application of how I use SQL every day to create workable data that our customers can use. So you're also asking for a NoSQL example. Yeah. So NoSQL doesn't always mean NoSQL. You're still going to have relationships between data, right? So in a NoSQL situation, you're just capturing your data a different way. So that's often databases like MongoDB, which instead of using tables with rows and columns, it uses what we call documents, which are essentially separate objects. So it's an object that contains several key value pairs, and it captures kind of a chunk of data in an object. However, oftentimes to get insights from those just separate chunks of objects, you still need to create relationships between them. Yeah, absolutely, Marvel. I'm glad that was helpful for you. Yeah, so you'll often still need to create relationships between them, but those relationships can look different depending on what you're trying to achieve. So the nice thing about NoSQL is that it allows you to have objects that are different sizes and still create relationships between them, right? Because tables tend to be very strict on things like data types. So every column in a table, every entry in a table column has to have the same data type. Columns, rows generally have to have entries for all the columns in a table. But with documents, they can be any length that you want, right? As few values as you want, as many as you want, sometimes whatever value you want. And so, in that case, a good application for that might be something like a social media application. So think about something like Instagram or Facebook. Some people are going to have incredibly detailed profiles, with hundreds of posts. Some people, like me, are going to have just the bare minimum of data, that's acceptable. And so using something like a NoSQL, like a document-based solution, you can have a lot of variability in the type and length of data that you're capturing. But you can still create relationships between them, just depending on the type of relationship you want to create. You can construct your data. You can be a lot more flexible with your data construction. And so in terms of real life examples, NoSQL tends to be a lot more flexible. But relational databases tend to be a lot stricter, which can sometimes often be a good thing because you are controlling for you're creating more controlled data sets, right? You're creating automatically relational data that has controlled data types. And so you can make sure that you're just not getting garbage, right? But sometimes you need that level of flexibility where you never know how much data you're going to be capturing or how long it is. And you just want to be able to just dump it into an object and have those items in that object always be talking to each other. So NoSQL doesn't always mean no SQL. As Steel Toad mentioned, sometimes it means not only SQL. So there can be, for example, objects and other types of ways of grouping data. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Marvel. Yeah. So NoSQL doesn't necessarily mean not using SQL. It just means using SQL sometimes and other things, right? Not only SQL. Yeah. So it just means more flexibility in the type and nature of the data you're storing. So I will say the majority of data storage that you will encounter in the real world is going to be relational. It's just relational databases have been around since the 70s. They're predictable. They work with everything, right? With any tool. So you can, they're just everywhere. That's if you're interested in back-end work, you're going to need to know SQL and understand relational databases. Now, NoSQL solutions like MongoDB are becoming more popular, but it will be decades, if ever, that they overtake relational databases. It's just, they do have their use cases, but they are not widely used. Okay, so just keep that in mind if you want to get into backend. Relational is the place to start, in my opinion, just because it's so much more common. But you can always branch out into, non-relational too. And there's a lot of other database types. There's, time-based databases, there's all sorts of other database types aside from relational and document-based. But start with relational, learn how to use document-based databases, and, but if you're trying to be employable, relational databases are far more common. So I hope that was helpful for you. Yeah, Postgres is popular. If you want to learn SQL on your own or learn about relational databases on your own, I recommend Supabase. It uses Postgres as its language. And it's free. You can create your own database. You can interact with it in SQL or with a GUI. So you can kind of, flip between the two if you're learning. And yeah, it's really convenient. So Supabase is great. Yeah, and things like graph and vector databases, those are more complicated, but they've also gained some provenance in things like social media applications. Yeah, because you might need to have multiple complex linkages between objects. And so, those types of databases can allow for those really complex types of connections that even a relational database just can't do. Yeah, so those are more complex types, but I would suggest being familiar with the simpler ones, like relational databases first, before you branch out into the more complex ones. Because again, it all builds on each other. Yeah. And I wouldn't say also, Utkar, I wouldn't say that no relation can be established between document-based objects. It's perfect. It's especially with MongoDB, you can absolutely establish relationships between documents. You can have essentially a foreign key in your document, and it's pretty easy to link those two together. It's something I've done multiple times here on stream with MongoDB and document-based databases. So it's not that you can't establish relationships in a document-based database. It's just that it's not necessarily a native. It's not a native feature. It's something you have to kind of create for yourself. But you can have essentially like a foreign ID in a document that links it to another document. And then you can link those two together in your application. Yeah, you can also, another thing just to say too, is that yes, document-based databases by default don't have the ability to control the data that they're taking in, but you can use a package like Mongoose on the app side. So within your application, you can use a package like Mongoose to create like a data filter that will force your data to conform to a specific format. So it's kind of like, yeah, like, well, it's even more than validation. It's basically like almost like you're defining a table, except you're doing it in the app. So in the app, it's like you're defining a table, you're setting data types, you're setting filters, that type of thing, and then and you're setting default values, all those things, and then you write the data to a document in the database. So there's definitely ways around it, but really all you're doing is you're essentially just recreating the functionality that you could have had in a relational database from the start. So hot take there, but most things end up wrapping back around to relational databases in the end. Still, each one has their purpose, right? Each database type has their purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. So none of them are better than the other per se. Some of them are just better at some things than others. Yeah. All right, folks, we're going to wrap it up here in a minute. Anything else? Any other questions? Great questions so far. Great conversation. These are some of these questions. These are the things that we think about, right? But we don't know where to ask or who to ask. And so this is the type of time and place to ask it. Things you think about in the shower. You're like, man, what does that mean? Or what should I do? Yeah. So I'm glad we get to have these conversations. All right, folks, any other questions? I'm in the background here. I'm going to pull up the raid screen so we can figure out somebody to raid. Of course, KP. So it's good to have you here. Marvel says, I read that SQL is a difficult scalable database. So just to keep in mind, and this is just a vocabulary thing, right? So SQL is the language that you use to interact with the database. Relational databases are the type that you use SQL with. So, in job interviews and stuff like that, you'll just want to be very careful about that distinction. I know I sometimes say like SQL database, but what we actually mean by that is a relational database, and then SQL is the language that you use to talk to the database. So when you say difficult scalable, I wouldn't say so. No, I will say that the distinction there is that with a relational database, you define your tables first, and they're fixed, right? Once you define a table, if you want to change it, it can be sometimes difficult to change, but that really doesn't stop SQL databases or relational databases from scaling. I mean, that's what I do all the time. We're always adding new tables to our database at work. We're always adding new views, tables, modifying tables. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure what that means in terms of scale, not scalable, because I mean, that's what I do all the time. I mean, yeah, it's different than like with a document based database. If you want to add a new field to your app, like you don't have to do anything on the database side necessarily. But you still have to deal with the difference in the old documents versus the new ones, right? The old documents aren't going to have that field, so how do you handle that? So yeah, you can easily add new fields to a document-based database, but on the app side, you're still going to have to handle that lack of fields in the old documents. So it feels like it just shoves the problem onto the app side rather than the database side. You still have to deal with it. It just puts it in a different place. So I don't know about that. Relational databases scale all the time. Of course, hop out. Good to have you here. Wanda says, what are you building after learning Python? Yeah, so I actually have a real project that I want to do. We'll get into it more after we finish the course, but it's essentially a data scraping type thing. I want to collect some data to help with an app that I'm building for a local museum. And the site that I want to get to, they don't have an API. I even checked with the site support, and they do not have an API where I'm going to need to pull like a couple thousand records with a bunch of data for each record. But they don't have an API, so I'm going to need to scrape this data directly from the pages. And before I learned Python, I tried just grabbing the data, but it's a mess because you're getting it formatted straight from a web page. So Python is going to be a huge help with this, because it's going to, just with Python and a little bit of regex, I should just be able to build a couple loops and extract all the data that I need. And I'll just drop it into, I'll drop it into some dictionaries, right? And then I'll have those formatted dictionaries, which I'll then be able to read directly, into an application or I'll put it in a database first, and then I'll read it into an app. It's pretty much a static site, Utkar. It's technically dynamic, but it's pretty much static. I mean, I'm not worried about it. Yep, we're definitely going to be doing some web scraping once we finish the course. That's the end goal here. Yes, yeah, Utkar, I am going to be using Beautiful Soup. We haven't got there yet, but that's what I'm going to be using. Yeah. But first I wanted to, I'm going to be using Beautiful Soup. I'm probably still going to have to use regex though, in addition, because some of the data is it's human entered data, right? And so anytime you're dealing with human entered data, it's going to be a mess. So I can use Beautiful Soup to get the elements that I need, but then I'm going to need to do some additional cleanup, I'm pretty sure. So it's going to be a nice culmination of everything that we've learned. Madeline says, is this a job or a volunteer position? Oh, volunteer position. It's a local organization I've been working with for a while, and I've already built the app. I just need to scrape the data now. So I had the ability to build the shell that's going to read the data, and the UI and everything, but I didn't have the skills at the time to actually scrape the records. So that's why I'm learning Python. And also I've used Python already at work a couple times, so it's been very helpful. Yep. Yeah, so that's what I'm building anyway. Yeah, all right, let's pull up that raid screen. But yeah, we'll get there pretty soon. Yeah, no, it's been fun. It's nice to we spend. I know me personally, I spend a lot of my social life online, right? We make online friends, we have online communities, which is wonderful because you can meet people from all over the world, right? But that often means that we maybe don't have as much time to spend in our local community. And so one of the things I've been focusing on for the past year or so is also making time for, community organizations, community groups, things that are benefiting my local community. So, that's kind of what I'm doing with this. It does both, right? It supports my online community and my local community, which is great. Hey, Ellen. It's going good, Ellen. Yeah, we just finished learning about dictionaries, which was fun and somewhat challenging. It was a good exercise. Finished learning about dictionaries, and yeah, we're wrapping up now. We're just getting ready to raid somebody. So if anybody has any suggestions on who to raid, please shout them out. Preferably somebody in the software and game dev community who is online right now. Hey, Shax Beard. Yeah, and that's we were kind of talking about that earlier, Shax Beard. Is that is the way to learn? Is you have to go into it with some kind of end goal in mind. If you're just, it's so hard to stay motivated if you're just being like, well, I should do this course, right? I need to check a box, versus like, hey, I have a problem. I want to solve that problem. And here's this skill that I can learn that'll solve the problem for me. That is how you get automatic motivation. Yep. Especially for me, like, I have ADHD, and so it's really hard for me to stay focused in the long term. Like, I just know that about myself. Staying focused long term is super difficult because I will get really super excited about something and pick it up, be really intense about it for a week, and then I never touch it again. Right? It's just how your brain works sometimes. And so, in order to keep that long term motivation, you need to have that end goal in mind, which helps kind of keep the faith a little bit, right? Keep the momentum. Because for me, internal motivation is pretty much not a thing. I can't force myself to do anything because my brain will give me dozens of excuses as to why, I don't need to anymore. So, gotta have that gold medal hanging out there in the future, and I gotta chase it down. Ah, that's awesome, Marvel. That's great. I love that. That's a great project. Yeah, and so what you could do is, instead of just building a calculator to build a calculator, maybe you could build a calculator for some specific purpose, right? For an online community. Maybe you could, build a calculator to do currency conversion for World of Warcraft, right? Or, build a calculator for sports stats or something like that. You could always, give it a purpose that's meaningful to you, right? I don't know what you like, but you could always, that's another way to keep motivation with, instead of just building a project to build a project, what do you like? Can you apply this project to something that you like? KP says, is medication the only way to help with ADHD? I am not a doctor. I'm not going to speak to, medical stuff about that, but I will say that medication certainly helps. It's not the end all be all. It doesn't solve anything, but medication is, for some people, properly diagnosed by professionals, and monitored by a doctor, is an important part of, making symptoms manageable. So that's what it is in my case. Yeah, exactly. So like Udkar mentioned, they built a calculator, but it's a calculator with a specific purpose, right? They're trying to see, what they need to do to retire. So it's still a calculator, but it means something to them. So that's a way you can make projects personal, right? Yeah, I love that's a great application. Yeah. Or maybe you could even build a calculator like your I don't know, little brother, little sister is learning math, and so you build them a fun calculator that has emojis in it, or I don't know, just stuff like that. All right, we're hitting up that raid screen. Let's find somebody to raid, shall we? Okay, we'll make this bigger so y'all can see it. And we're gonna apply some quick filters here. We want somebody who is similar or smaller size and same category. We love to support smaller streamers, give them some love, preferably folks that speak English, just so that we can go in and interact with them. We've got some game dev going on. Ba-ba-ba. Game dev, playtesting games. Yeah, you could do that, Marvel. You could tie your calculator into a real life, like to an API that's uh, monitoring currency fluctuations, right? And then you can add a real life inflation calculator. Yeah. PC rebuild stream. What do we got here? One button game jam? I wonder what that means. Yeah. Hey, yeah, see, we got some real world application there. Shakespeare says, share that app when it's done. I'm a big fire. That means, what does it mean? Something retire early. Something income retire early. What does it mean, Shakespeare? Something income, financial income retire early? Yeah, but anyway, financial independence. Yeah. Financial independence retire early. Yeah. So, yeah, calculators like that can be super helpful. Yep. Okay. Ooh, what does this mean? What's this person doing? Oh, intended for certain audiences. Yeah, we want to stick with general audience stuff. Oh, hang on. Go back to that raid screen. Same category. We want an all ages stream. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Utkar. I'm kind of curious about this one. They're doing a game jam. We want to support that. How about we support this? How about we support this person on their game jam? Oh, no worries, Dave. This person's doing a game jam. Let's give them some support. I know that game jams can be pretty stressful, so it looks like they're doing some pathing here. They're figuring out how to do some routing, maybe. So let's see what they're up to. All right, folks. We're gonna give this person a raid unless anybody has any other suggestions. As always, when we raid them, please bring the same vibes to them that you bring to my chat. You're always so positive and respectful. Please bring that same energy over to them and give them a good impression of our community. All right. Cool. All right, folks. Like I say, probably no stream next weekend. If anything changes, I will let you know on Blue Sky. So again, follow me on Blue Sky. You can do ! Blue Sky or just search for Mayan Wolf on Blue Sky. Follow me there. That's why you'll see any updates if I make any. But otherwise, have a great Thanksgiving if you're in America. Otherwise, have a great couple of weeks, and I will see you back here for more Python very soon. All right, folks. Raid is starting now. Of course. Glad you enjoyed the stream, folks. Thanks, Lalo. Thanks for being here. All right. Raid is starting now. See you, folks. Bye-bye.